Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
Ever wonder why some people naturally earn respect while others struggle? I used to think respect came from achievements, but I realized it's often lost through small, overlooked habits. Things like interrupting, seeking constant validation, or complaining seem harmless, but they quietly push people away. Drawing on Stoic philosophy, I've learned that real respect comes from living with integrity and self-awareness. The Stoics believed in habits that align with a life of dignity and genuine connection. If you've noticed people distancing themselves or respect slipping, it may be time to reflect on these small habits and replace them with actions that truly build trust and respect. 1. Neglecting to express appreciation. I never thought failing to say thank you could be so damaging. I used to think people understood how much I appreciated them without needing constant reminders. My friends and family, I assumed, would always just know that I valued their support and sacrifices. But I was wrong. A few years back, a close friend pulled me aside and said, "You know, sometimes it feels like you take me for granted." That hit me hard. I realized I'd grown so used to people being there for me that I'd stopped actively showing my gratitude. Little things like a quick thank you or a thoughtful note had slipped out of my routine. This lack of appreciation had created a rift I wasn't even aware of. Stoicism teaches us to be grateful, yet I'd neglected such a simple but powerful practice. Since then, I've tried to make a conscious effort to express my gratitude. Now I make sure to call my parents after they help with something, thank my colleagues when they go the extra mile, and let my friends know how much their presence means to me. The response has been incredible. People appreciate the small acknowledgements. I've noticed that expressing gratitude openly not only strengthens my connections, but also reminds me how fortunate I am to have these people in my life. It's amazing how something as simple as a thank you can bridge gaps and deepen bonds. 2. Gossiping. Gossiping was a habit I didn't even realize I had. In college, my friends and I would get together and dissect every little detail of our classmates' lives. At first, it seemed harmless, like a fun way to bond over shared secrets. But I quickly learned just how damaging gossip can be. One incident stands out. I shared something personal about a friend who wasn't in our circle, thinking it would be an interesting story. Unfortunately, that story made its way back to her. The disappointment in her eyes was something I'll never forget. She didn't get angry or make a scene. She simply withdrew from me. That's when it hit me. I'd violated her trust in a really careless way. Stoic philosophy emphasizes focusing on our own character and steering clear of judging others. Gossiping pulls us away from that principle and poisons the trust people have in us. Since that experience, I've tried to avoid gossip altogether. When I'm tempted, I remember how it felt to lose a friend over thoughtless words. Instead, I focus on building people up or staying silent if I have nothing positive to say. Gossip may seem harmless, but it erodes relationships and diminishes respect over time. I'm still not perfect, but I'm far more mindful now, and it's made my connections feel deeper and more authentic. 3. Refusing to take responsibility. Taking responsibility was something I struggled with for years. I used to think that admitting mistakes showed weakness, so I'd often find ways to dodge blame or make excuses. This habit really affected my work life. My boss once pointed out that while my work was good, I had a tendency to deflect accountability whenever things went wrong. This wasn't easy to hear, but it made me realize that my actions were costing me respect. Stoicism teaches that we should focus on what's within our control, including our responses to mistakes. I began to see that taking responsibility doesn't make you weak. It shows integrity. It took some time, but I started owning up to my errors, no matter how uncomfortable it felt. Now, if I mess up, I make it a point to acknowledge it and think about how I can improve. Not only has this earned me more respect, but I also feel a deeper sense of self-respect. People value honesty and accountability, and embracing those qualities has actually strengthened my relationships. Taking responsibility is empowering. It gives me control over my growth and my reputation. 4. Being unreliable. Being unreliable was a label I had to face, and it wasn't easy. In my early 20s, I had a terrible habit of making plans and then cancelling at the last minute. I'd tell people I'd be somewhere, only to change my mind when something more interesting came up. I didn't see the harm at first. Life's busy, right? But one night, I missed my best friend's birthday party because I'd decided to catch up on work instead. She had put so much effort into planning the event, and my last-minute cancellation really hurt her. I could tell from the look on her face when I finally saw her again. That was a wake-up call. I realized that being unreliable doesn't just inconvenience people, it shows them you don't respect their time. Since then, I've made a conscious effort to be someone others can count on. When I say I'll be somewhere, I show up. If I commit to something, I follow through. My relationships have improved because people know I take their time seriously. Stoicism teaches that our word should be something others can trust. By practicing reliability, I'm not just honoring others, I'm strengthening my own character. 5. Seeking constant validation. For a long time, I craved validation. Every achievement, big or small, had to be acknowledged by others for it to feel real to me. I'd find myself constantly checking for likes on social media, asking people if they thought I was doing well, and fishing for compliments. It became exhausting, not only for me, but also for those around me. One day, a friend told me, "You don't need our approval, you're doing great." It was a kind reminder, but it made me realize how dependent I'd become on others' opinions. Stoicism teaches us to build self-worth from within, not from the approval of others. Seeking constant validation only weakens our sense of self. Since then, I've tried to focus on internal validation. Instead of needing others to recognize my achievements, I ask myself if I feel proud of what I've done. It's a slow process, but I've noticed a difference in my confidence. I'm learning to trust my own judgment, and I've found that people respect me more when I'm not constantly looking to them for approval. Now, I strive to live in alignment with my values, regardless of what others think. 6. Interrupting others. I used to think that jumping into conversation showed enthusiasm. I'd often interrupt people mid-sentence, eager to share my thoughts or add my perspective. But I realized how disrespectful it was when a coworker pulled me aside after a meeting and said, "It feels like you're not really listening to us." That hit hard. I thought I was being engaged, but I was actually cutting people off and making them feel unheard. Stoicism emphasizes patience and respect in interactions. I began practicing active listening, giving people the space to finish their thoughts before responding. It was challenging at first because I had to resist the urge to jump in, but over time, I've seen how much more people appreciate conversations when they feel fully heard. Listening actively not only deepens my connections, but also helps me learn more from others. Now, I remind myself that conversations are about understanding, not just speaking. By focusing on truly listening, I show respect and build stronger, more meaningful connections. 7. Reacting defensively to feedback. I used to get defensive every time someone offered me constructive criticism. I'd see feedback as an attack on my abilities, and I'd often respond with excuses or counter-arguments. But this habit made people hesitate, to be honest with me. I realized how much this was holding me back when a mentor told me, "You have potential, but you're stopping yourself from growing." That was tough to hear, but it was also a turning point. Stoicism teaches us to accept feedback as a tool for growth rather than as a threat. I began practicing humility when receiving feedback. Instead of immediately reacting, I'd pause, take a breath, and genuinely listen. I learned to ask questions to understand how I could improve. This shift in mindset has been liberating. Now, I'm more open to feedback, and I find that people respect my willingness to learn. Embracing feedback has allowed me to grow in ways I hadn't imagined, and it's helped me build stronger relationships. Respect isn't about grand gestures. It's built through the small, everyday actions we choose. By letting go of habits that erode trust, we make room for deeper connections and a stronger sense of self-respect. The Stoics remind us that living with integrity isn't just about how others see us. It's about the peace we feel within ourselves. If this video helped you see areas for growth or inspired you to make positive changes, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. Join us on this journey of self-improvement and wisdom, and let's keep building a life full of respect, resilience, and meaningful relationships. Thank you for watching, and stay strong, stay stoic.
A lack of friends indicates what? Have you ever felt the sting of loneliness, wondering why meaningful friendships seem so elusive? In a world bustling with social media connections, the lack of true friends can be a perplexing and painful experience. What if the answer lies not in the quantity of people around you, but in the depths of ancient wisdom? In this video, we delve into the timeless teachings of Stoicism to uncover the profound truths about friendships. We'll explore how trust issues, social skills, and life circumstances intertwine to shape our social world. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we will reveal practical strategies to build authentic and meaningful relationships, even in the face of modern challenges. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, guided by the principles of Stoic wisdom. Let's uncover how a lack of friends might be more about the invisible barriers within us and how we can break free from them to cultivate deeper, more fulfilling connections. Number 1, mental well-being. In the intricate dance of human connections, our mental well-being plays a pivotal role. Stoic philosophy offers profound insights for those grappling with mental health challenges that hinder the formation of friendships. The Stoics emphasize the interconnectedness of the mind and body, recognizing that a healthy mind contributes to a flourishing life, including the capacity to form and nurture friendships. When facing conditions like anxiety or depression, Stoics advocate developing resilience through philosophical practices. This involves cultivating inner strength that enables individuals to navigate the ebb and flow of emotions, fostering a stable foundation for both personal well-being and social connections. Mindfulness and meditation are integral to Stoic practices, helping individuals manage mental health by practicing present moment awareness. This allows them to confront and overcome negative thought patterns, enabling more authentic social interactions. Stoicism champions tranquility as an ultimate goal. Those navigating mental health challenges can find solace in Stoic principles prioritizing inner peace. By embracing Stoic virtues, individuals forge a path to tranquility, creating an environment conducive to cultivating and sustaining meaningful friendships. A Stoic approach to mental well-being thus serves as a guiding light, leading to deeper, more resilient connections. Number 2, common human values. In the tapestry of human relationships, common values, emotions, and experiences form the foundation upon which genuine connections are built. Stoicism encourages us to focus on these universal aspects, transcending specific interests to forge meaningful bonds. While individual interests may differ, the Stoic approach emphasizes the shared human condition, highlighting the importance of empathy and understanding. By embracing the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, we learn to appreciate the diversity of human interests. This perspective fosters tranquility and allows us to see differences as opportunities for growth rather than barriers. Stoics advocate for adaptability, encouraging us to step out of our comfort zones and explore new passions, thereby expanding our horizons and potential for friendships. In social interactions, emphasizing shared values such as honesty, integrity, and compassion can bridge gaps created by differing interests. This Stoic focus on virtues helps build trust and mutual respect, essential elements for enduring relationships. By nurturing these foundational elements, we cultivate connections that withstand the test of time, enriching our journey through life. Number 3, life as a journey. Imagine life as a journey where each person is an island, and friendships are the bridges connecting these individual universes. This metaphor beautifully encapsulates the Stoic view of human connections. A lack of friendships can often signify not just the absence of company, but a deeper issue of trust, creating invisible barriers between us. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. As we navigate this journey, the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our path. Trust is the bedrock of these relationships, and its absence can lead to isolation and loneliness. Thus, cultivating trust becomes essential in building these vital bridges. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who value and positively contribute to our lives. Genuine connections are formed through mutual respect, trust, and shared values. By seeking quality over quantity in our friendships, we ensure that our social interactions enrich our lives, making us stronger and more resilient. Embrace the Stoic perspective that friendships are integral to our journey. By fostering trust and genuine connections, we create a network of support that enhances our personal growth and enriches our experience of life. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, especially in the context of human relationships. Life is a dynamic tapestry where change is the only constant. Embracing this Stoic principle allows us to navigate the complexities of friendships with grace and resilience. Cultivating a mindset that welcomes new passions and stepping out of comfort zones fosters personal growth and expands our potential for connections. The Stoics teach that adaptability involves accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our responses. In friendships, this means being open to new experiences and perspectives. By doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also demonstrate a willingness to grow and evolve, which is attractive to others. When faced with differing interests or life circumstances, adaptability enables us to find common ground. This Stoic approach encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, fostering deeper, more meaningful connections. By practicing adaptability, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, embracing its ebbs and flows with equanimity. Incorporate the Stoic virtue of adaptability in your relationships. It will not only enhance your personal development, but also create a fertile ground for lasting and fulfilling friendships. Number 5, quality over quantity. In the pursuit of friendships, the Stoic philosophy advocates for valuing quality over quantity. Genuine, meaningful connections enrich our lives far more than numerous superficial ones. This perspective aligns with the Stoic emphasis on virtue and authenticity in all aspects of life. A smaller social circle is not inherently a problem. In fact, it often reflects a focus on deeper, more substantial relationships. The Stoics teach us to seek out individuals who share our values and contribute positively to our growth. By surrounding ourselves with such people, we create a support system that enhances our resilience and well-being. Quantity does not equate to quality. Numerous acquaintances cannot provide the same level of support and understanding as a few true friends. By prioritizing quality, we ensure that our social interactions are meaningful and enriching. This Stoic approach to friendships fosters a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, as we know we are investing our time and energy in relationships that truly matter. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of valuing quality over quantity in your friendships. Focus on nurturing genuine connections that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and happiness. Number 6, trust issues. In the intricate dance of human connections, trust issues can cast a shadow over the prospect of forming close friendships. Stoicism provides a path to navigate these challenges gracefully, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and virtue in building trust. Before extending trust to others, the Stoics advocate for a deep understanding of oneself. Reflecting on your values, expectations, and vulnerabilities is essential. This self-awareness helps identify the sources of trust-related apprehensions and provides a foundation for more discerning and balanced relationships. Virtue is the guiding light in Stoic decision-making. Focus on qualities such as honesty, integrity, and benevolence when assessing the trustworthiness of others. By aligning your interactions with these virtues, you create a stable framework for building trust. Recognize that external circumstances can influence people's actions, and their behavior may not always align with your expectations. This Stoic acceptance of the unpredictable nature of human interactions fosters emotional resilience, allowing for more rational and considerate decisions in relationships. Incorporate honest and direct communication to address trust issues openly. This aligns with Stoic values and creates an environment conducive to genuine connections. By embracing these Stoic principles, you can build solid foundations for trust and deepen your friendships. Number 7, shyness and introversion. For those naturally inclined towards timidity, forging and sustaining friendships may pose a distinct challenge. However, Stoic philosophy offers a powerful approach to surmounting these obstacles, transforming shyness into a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The first Stoic lesson for overcoming shyness revolves around self-acceptance. Understanding that some individuals are naturally shy or introverted is crucial. Embrace this aspect of your nature as a momentary part of your journey towards self-awareness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius teach that accepting who we are is the starting point for any transformation. Stoicism emphasizes the potency of the present, urging us to focus on what is within our grasp, rather than being consumed by anxiety about the future or regrets from the past. In social practice, this means not allowing shyness to imprison us in negative thoughts. By freeing ourselves from expectations and projections, we find the liberty to act according to our principles, unbridled by fear. Empathy is another key Stoic principle. By putting ourselves in others' shoes, we realize everyone carries internal battles and insecurities. This awareness liberates us from self-absorption and enables more authentic and compassionate interactions. Focus on genuine human connections rather than how you are perceived, and you will build more meaningful relationships. Number 8, virtuous social prioritization. In the busy rhythm of modern life, it is essential to prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. The Stoics teach that meaningful connections are built on shared values and mutual respect, which are crucial for a flourishing life. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections instead of spreading yourself thin. Stoics value deep, authentic friendships, considering them essential for personal growth and well-being. By investing in relationships that align with your values, you ensure that your social interactions contribute positively to your life. This Stoic approach to social prioritization involves deliberate and mindful choices about the company you keep. Engage with individuals who support your growth and reflect your principles. This not only enhances your character, but also fosters a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate efficient time management, another Stoic virtue, to balance responsibilities and social interactions. Prioritize activities that contribute to personal and social flourishing, aligning daily choices with the goal of a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Adopt the Stoic wisdom of virtuous social prioritization. Focus on the quality of your connections, nurturing relationships that enrich your life and support your journey towards self-improvement and resilience. Number 9, self-reflection. Life transitions offer opportune moments for mindful reflection, a practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. During these times of change, introspection can guide your social choices and help navigate new environments with wisdom and grace. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in all aspects of life. Reflect on your values, aspirations, and the kind of relationships you seek. This process helps clarify your social priorities and align them with your personal growth and well-being. By understanding your core principles, you can make more deliberate and meaningful connections. Introspective practices allow you to adapt to changing circumstances with a Stoic mindset. Embrace the natural ebb and flow of life, recognizing that transitions often bring new opportunities for growth. By reflecting on past experiences, you gain insights that inform your future interactions and decisions. Use these moments of reflection to assess your social circle and identify relationships that align with your values. This Stoic approach ensures that your connections are genuine and supportive, fostering a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate self-reflection as a guiding light in your journey. It will help you navigate life's transitions with wisdom, ensuring that your social choices contribute to a meaningful and flourishing life. Number 10, social skills. Developing social skills is a gradual process, and the Stoic philosophy offers valuable guidance in this journey. Embrace yourself wholly, understanding that everyone, regardless of their social prowess, possesses intrinsic value. This foundation sets the stage for genuine connections, free from self-doubt. Stoics emphasize gradual progress in all aspects of life, Apply this principle to the development of social skills by incrementally exposing yourself to different settings. Instead of overwhelming yourself with large gatherings, start with smaller interactions. This approach allows you to build confidence at your own pace, aligning with Stoic notions of measured growth. Focus on virtues like kindness, empathy, and understanding in your interactions. By infusing these qualities into your social encounters, you not only enhance your character, but also contribute positively to the social dynamic. Ask questions, show interest in others' perspectives, and foster an environment of open dialogue. Genuine curiosity enriches your understanding of others and paves the way for authentic connections. Practice positive affirmations aligned with Stoic principles. Focus on your strengths, acknowledge your worth, and approach social situations with self-assuredness. If faced with rejection or awkward moments, respond with Stoic grace, understanding that external events are beyond your control, but your response is within your grasp. Number 11, differences in interests. Differences in interests can sometimes weave a pattern of isolation, contributing to a lack of friendships. Stoicism provides a guiding light on how to bridge these gaps and foster meaningful connections. The Stoics encourage us to accept the inherent diversity of human interests. Rather than viewing differences as barriers, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, finding tranquility in understanding that not everyone shares the same interests. Adaptability is key. Cultivate a mindset that appreciates novelty and welcomes the opportunity to explore new passions. This Stoic adaptability encourages stepping out of comfort zones, fostering personal growth and expanding the scope of potential friendships. Focus on what unites us as human beings, shared values, emotions, and fundamental experiences. These common grounds provide a solid foundation for genuine connections that transcend specific interests. Approach others with genuine curiosity, seeking to understand and appreciate their passions. This not only expands your horizons, but also lays the groundwork for authentic connections. The Stoic friendship triad comprises goodwill, shared values, and mutual understanding. By nurturing these foundational elements, you can overcome the barriers posed by differing interests and cultivate lasting and meaningful connections. Number 12, lack of social opportunities. A perceived lack of social opportunities can be a significant barrier to forming connections. However, Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue, resilience, and practical wisdom, provides a compass to navigate and transcend these circumstances. Engage in community volunteering, as Stoicism places great importance on contributing to the greater good. Volunteering aligns with Stoic virtues and introduces you to like-minded individuals. Participating in local cleanup initiatives, supporting charitable events, or volunteering at community centers creates shared experiences and opportunities for connection. Attend workshops or seminars related to your field of work. This not only enhances your professional skills, but also exposes you to professionals who may share common goals and values. Organize or participate in outdoor activities like hiking, biking, or group exercises. These environments provide a relaxed setting for interaction, allowing connections to form organically amidst the beauty of the natural world. Join forums or groups dedicated to your interests and actively participate in discussions. This can lead to meaningful connections and, in some cases, transition to in-person meetups. Practice Stoic gratitude by appreciating the connections you already have, cultivating a positive mindset that attracts new ones. Number 13, Stoic detachment. Stoic detachment is a powerful tool in managing the natural ebb and flow of friendships. As circumstances shift, friendships may naturally loosen. Recognizing this with a Stoic mindset helps us appreciate that change is an inherent part of the human experience, not a reflection of personal failure or inadequacy. Healthy detachment involves accepting what is beyond our control, including the intricate dynamics of relationships. This perspective fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing us to navigate changes with grace. When friendships evolve or drift apart, view these transitions through the lens of Stoic wisdom, understanding that such shifts are part of life's natural progression. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, responses, and choices. By maintaining this focus, we can adapt to changing social landscapes without being overwhelmed by emotions. This approach not only preserves our inner peace, but also allows us to engage with others authentically and meaningfully. Embrace Stoic detachment as a guiding principle in your relationships. It will help you navigate the ebbs and flows of friendships with wisdom and tranquility, fostering a more resilient and fulfilling social life. Number 14, lifestyle choices. In the bustling rhythm of modern life, lifestyle choices can significantly impact our social interactions. Whether it's a hectic schedule or a preference for solitary activities, Stoicism provides valuable insights on how to navigate these choices while fostering meaningful connections. Stoics encourage scrutinizing our priorities to ensure they align with our core values and the pursuit of meaningful connections. A demanding schedule might limit social interactions, but deliberate time management can help balance responsibilities and social engagement. By intentionally setting aside moments for social interactions, individuals can transcend the constraints of a busy lifestyle. Prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. This means making conscious choices about the company we keep, focusing on relationships that align with our values. Efficient time management, a Stoic virtue, involves optimizing schedules for both productivity and social interactions, contributing to personal and social flourishing. Incorporate Stoic principles in your lifestyle choices to foster a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Deliberately carve out time for meaningful social engagements, ensuring that your interactions enrich your life and support your journey toward personal growth and resilience. Number 15, changing circumstances. Relationships, like the tides, undergo shifts during life transitions. Recognizing the fluidity of these dynamics is essential, and Stoicism provides a framework to navigate these changes with wisdom and grace. Embrace the understanding that change is an inherent part of the human experience. As career ambitions soar or familial responsibilities take center stage, accept these seasons stoically. Understand that the ebb and flow of life's demands impact not only your schedule, but also the nature of your social interactions. Stoicism emphasizes virtuous adaptation in the face of shifting priorities. Infuse career or family commitments with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice. Strive for excellence in every facet of life, including professional and familial spheres. Stoicism places a premium on the quality of relationships over their quantity. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections. Approach life transitions with a Stoic mindset, reflecting on your values and aspirations. Use this reflective practice to guide your social choices as you navigate new environments. Embrace the Stoic principle of healthy detachment, recognizing that relationships may naturally loosen during transitions without viewing it as personal failure. Friendship, at its core, is more than just companionship. It's a vital part of our journey toward a fulfilled and resilient life. By embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, we can navigate the complexities of human connections with grace and strength, transforming our social world into one of depth and authenticity. If you found these insights valuable and want to continue exploring the profound teachings of Stoicism, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community, where we delve deep into the wisdom that enriches our lives and empowers us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Together, we can cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and true connection. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more transformative content.
In today's world, many men struggle to understand what truly attracts women. We're often told it's about looks, wealth, or saying the right things. But what if the secret to winning her heart lies not in impressing her, but in mastering ourselves? This video dives into the timeless principles of Stoicism and shows how self-mastery, emotional strength, and authentic presence are what truly make a man attractive. Forget about pick-up lines and flashy gestures. Here, you'll discover how to cultivate the inner qualities that naturally draw women in. Ready to learn the Stoic approach to lasting attraction? Let's get started. 1. Stop chasing. Start attracting. I used to think that getting someone's attention meant going above and beyond. Flowers, fancy dinners, trying to impress her with everything I did. But over time, I realized that the more I chased, the less I attracted. The harder I tried to show I was the perfect guy, the less interested she became. It was confusing and frustrating because I thought I was doing everything right. But the problem wasn't what I was doing. It was why I was doing it. When I finally understood that confidence isn't about chasing, but about standing still and letting others come to you, things changed. I stopped focusing on her reactions and started focusing on being happy with myself, regardless of anyone else's opinions. It was liberating. I noticed people, not just women, started responding to me differently. I didn't need to constantly try to please them. The more grounded and comfortable I became with myself, the more naturally attractive I felt, and that drew others in. Now, when I meet someone I like, I no longer obsess over winning her. I show interest, yes, but I don't need to force it. I don't need to impress her every second. I'm happy just being myself. It's amazing to see how this simple shift, from chasing to attracting, has changed my relationships. The energy is different. I feel more at ease, more present, and ultimately much more attractive. And the best part? I'm not losing myself trying to gain someone else's approval. 2. The power of consistency and reliability. One thing I've learned in life is that words are only half the story. Actions, especially consistent actions, are what truly define who we are. When I started being more intentional with reliability, everything changed. I used to be the guy who would say, "I'll be there," and then if something more exciting came up, I'd bail or arrive late. But over time, I realized that this wasn't just annoying to others. It made me feel disconnected and untrustworthy. Becoming reliable isn't just about being dependable for others. It's about developing personal integrity. When I say I'll do something, I follow through, no matter how small or large the commitment. This includes little things like being on time, following up on conversations, or even just being present when I'm with someone. Consistency shows that I care, and it builds trust in a way that words alone never could. What surprised me most was the impact it had on my relationships. People appreciate dependability more than grand gestures, I found. whether it's friends, family, or a romantic partner, showing up when you say you will, keeping promises and being the same person each time they see you, strengthens bonds more than any big moment ever could. And ultimately, I feel better about myself because I know I'm being true to my word. Consistency isn't flashy, but it speaks volumes. Being reliable is a subtle yet powerful way to show someone they can count on me, and there's a deep sense of pride in that. 3. Self-mastery over external impressing. There was a time when I thought that if I looked right, acted right, and said the perfect things, people would be impressed, and I'd feel better about myself. But trying to keep up with external expectations left me exhausted and frustrated. It was like constantly performing, and no matter how well I played the part, I didn't feel fulfilled or genuinely happy. This approach wasn't working because it was all about the outside, trying to change what others thought of me without addressing how I felt about myself. When I discovered Stoic philosophy, everything changed. I started shifting my focus from controlling others' perceptions to controlling my own thoughts and reactions. The biggest lesson. True confidence comes from mastering myself, not from trying to impress anyone else. As I became more centered, I noticed that people began to respond differently. They were drawn to the calm and confidence I projected naturally. Self-mastery has freed me from needing validation from others. I stopped worrying about impressing anyone and started working on being the best version of myself. Now, I don't need anyone's approval to feel good about who I am, and that inner peace is something others naturally notice. It turns out, the less I cared about impressing others, the more they seemed impressed with me. It's ironic, but true. When you master yourself, you gain a quiet confidence that makes an impression far deeper than any flashy gesture ever could. 4. Use authentic compliments and gestures. I used to think compliments were all about saying someone looked good or paying attention to obvious qualities, but I quickly realized this was superficial and had little impact. Most people can see right through a hollow compliment. It's easy to say, "You look great," or "You're so beautiful," but these statements are often so overused that they hardly feel special anymore. That's when I began paying attention to more meaningful details. When I meet someone I'm interested in, I focus on who they are rather than just how they look. If she's passionate about her job or a hobby, I let her know that I respect her dedication or admire her intelligence. This shift has made conversations feel richer, and people genuinely appreciate that I notice things about them beyond the surface. One of my favorite ways to connect is to remember small details. If she mentions a favorite author or something she's going through, I'll bring it up later, maybe even surprise her with a book or ask her how things are going. These small gestures go a long way because they show I'm actually listening and that I care. There's no need for grand gestures or over-the-top compliments. Authenticity and attentiveness have become my superpowers in relationships, allowing me to connect with people on a deeper level. I find this approach more fulfilling, and it often leaves a lasting impression that superficial flattery never could. 5. Handle rejection calmly. No one enjoys rejection, and for the longest time I struggled with it. I'd overthink every little interaction, wondering what I did wrong or what I could have done differently. But then I realized that taking rejection personally was only holding me back. Stoicism taught me a different approach, to see rejection as a part of life that I don't have to take personally. When I started seeing rejection through this lens, I felt liberated. I realized I couldn't control how others felt or responded. All I could control was how I reacted. So, instead of obsessing over why someone wasn't interested, I began focusing on what I learned from each experience and how I could grow. Rejection no longer felt like a failure. It became an opportunity to build resilience and self-awareness. Now, if things don't go my way, or if someone isn't interested, I stay calm and composed. This mindset has made me more confident and less afraid to put myself out there. Ironically, handling rejection gracefully has made me more attractive because I don't let disappointment control me. I'm not desperate or anxious. I'm just focused on being my best self. And that calm confidence? It's something people notice. Stoicism has taught me to see rejection as just another experience, not a measure of my worth. And that has been life-changing. 6. Emotional detachment for inner peace. There was a time when I was overly attached to outcomes, especially in relationships. I'd get anxious over every little thing, a delayed text or an uncertain answer, and let it affect my mood and self-esteem. But this wasn't sustainable, and it definitely wasn't making me happy. That's when I discovered the power of emotional detachment, a concept that's central to Stoicism. Emotional detachment doesn't mean being cold or indifferent. For me, it means not letting my happiness hinge on someone else's actions. If someone likes me or doesn't, I'm okay either way, because my self-worth isn't tied to their validation. This shift has brought me a sense of inner peace that's incredibly freeing. I can enjoy people's company without the need for reassurance, and I can let go when things aren't meant to be without feeling devastated. Now, I'm more present and authentic in relationships because I'm not anxiously waiting for someone else's validation. This approach has allowed me to enjoy relationships for what they are, without needing them to be something they're not. Emotional detachment isn't about giving up on love or connection. It's about finding peace within myself, so I can be genuinely open to others without fear or desperation. This mindset not only brings calm to my life, but makes me more appealing because I'm not weighed down by expectations. 7. Apply Stoicism. When I first encountered Stoicism, I was a bit skeptical. How could an ancient philosophy help me with modern-day relationships? But as I started to understand the core principles, focusing on what I can control and letting go of what I can't, I saw its transformative power. It taught me that real strength comes from within, not from external validation. Now, I don't get rattled by little things that once bothered me. If someone cancels a plan or doesn't respond to my message right away, I'm fine, because I've learned to control my own reactions. This mindset shift has made me calmer and more resilient. I don't need constant reassurance from others because I'm confident in myself. Stoicism has become a grounding force in my life, allowing me to stay balanced even when things get chaotic. I'm not chasing after anyone's approval, and I'm not bending over backward to make things work. Instead, I'm present, stable, and genuinely content. This has not only improved my relationships, but has also given me a peace of mind that I never had before. Stoicism isn't just a philosophy. It's a way of living that helps me show up as my best self in every situation. 8. Strong body language. One day, I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and it hit me. My body language was saying something entirely different from what I wanted to project. I realized I was often slouched, fidgeting, or avoiding eye contact when I was nervous. That's when I decided to focus on my body language, because I wanted to project confidence, not insecurity. Now, whenever I enter a room, I take a moment to stand tall, relax my shoulders, and make eye contact. I've learned that body language is a huge part of how others perceive us. Even when I'm not feeling super confident, I can control how I present myself physically. Holding eye contact and moving deliberately has a powerful effect. It not only makes me feel more in control, but also makes others view me as confident and self-assured. Mastering my body language has improved my self-confidence immensely. I no longer feel like I'm trying to hide or make myself smaller. Instead, I own my space, and that subtle shift in posture and eye contact speaks volumes. I've realized that confidence isn't just about what you say. It's about how you show up in every moment. Body language is a silent yet powerful communicator, and now I use it to convey calm strength. 9. Focus on personal growth and purpose. I used to think relationships were the ultimate goal, the thing that would make me feel complete. But over time, I realized that true fulfillment comes from within, from personal growth and having a clear sense of purpose. Now, I invest my energy into becoming the best version of myself, and this has changed everything. Pursuing my interests, working on my goals, and building a life I'm proud of have given me a sense of purpose and direction that I used to seek from others. And the surprising thing, this focus on personal growth has made me more attractive to others because people are naturally drawn to someone who's passionate and driven. I'm no longer seeking validation through relationships. Instead, I'm inviting people into a life that's already fulfilling. Having a purpose gives me a sense of stability that allows me to approach relationships differently. I'm not looking for someone to complete me because I'm already whole. I've realized that the best relationships come from two people who are already content with themselves, and that's exactly the kind of relationship I now attract. Personal growth isn't just about bettering myself, it's about creating a life that others want to be part of. 10. Be true to yourself. In my early dating days, I spent a lot of time trying to be who I thought others wanted me to be. I'd change my style, my interests, even my opinions just to fit in or make someone like me more. But pretending to be someone else left me feeling disconnected and frustrated because I wasn't being true to myself. Eventually, I realized that authenticity is more powerful than any facade. Being true to myself means embracing who I am, my strengths, my quirks, even my flaws. I've learned that the right person will appreciate me for who I am, not who I pretend to be. Now, instead of trying to mold myself into someone else's idea of perfect, I focus on being the best version of my true self. Staying true to myself has been empowering. I don't feel pressured to act a certain way, and I no longer stress about whether someone likes me. I know that I'm enough as I am, and that sense of self-worth shines through. Authenticity is magnetic. When you're genuinely yourself, you attract people who appreciate you. Being true to myself has not only improved my relationships, but has also brought me peace. After all, the most important relationship I have is with myself. In closing, remember that the key to real attraction isn't about gimmicks or playing games. It's about building a strong foundation within yourself. By embracing Stoic principles, mastering your emotions, and showing up authentically, you'll naturally become the kind of person others are drawn to. When you invest in becoming the best version of yourself, the right people will be drawn to you without effort. If you found value in this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe for more insights on relationships and self-mastery. And don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments below. We'd love to hear your perspective on how Stoicism has impacted your journey. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video.
2,000-year-old Stoic wisdom to transform your life. Have you ever wondered what ancient wisdom could teach us about finding true happiness and inner peace in today's chaotic world? Imagine tapping into 2,000-year-old Stoic principles that have stood the test of time, offering profound insights for navigating life's challenges with resilience and clarity. The Stoics, renowned for their practical and rational approach to life, provide timeless rules that guide us toward a fulfilling and virtuous existence. In this exploration of Stoic philosophy, we delve into 12 powerful ideas that can transform our perspective, empower our actions, and help us lead a life of wisdom and purpose. Let's uncover how these ancient teachings can illuminate our path in the modern world, fostering a sense of tranquility and strength amidst the turmoil. Number 1. Practical wisdom. Stoic philosophy emphasizes practical wisdom, the application of rational principles to daily life. It's not enough to merely understand virtue, one must live it. Practical wisdom involves making decisions that align with moral and ethical standards, leading to a life of integrity and purpose. This wisdom helps navigate challenges with a clear mind, distinguishing what truly matters from trivial distractions. By focusing on virtue and rational action, we cultivate a stable and resilient character. The Stoics teach us that wisdom isn't found in abstract theories, but in the day-to-day application of principles like courage, justice, temperance, and practical reasoning. This approach not only enhances personal well-being, but also contributes to the greater good, fostering a harmonious and just society. In embracing practical wisdom, we learn to act with intention and clarity, making choices that reflect our highest values and enduring truths. This grounded approach to life ensures that we remain steadfast amidst chaos, resilient in adversity, and unwavering in our pursuit of a virtuous and fulfilling existence. Number 2, justice and brotherhood. The Stoics believed in the profound interconnectedness of humanity, advocating for justice and brotherhood. Understanding others' perspectives is crucial for fostering forgiveness and reducing conflict. By recognizing that everyone is a fellow participant in the human experience, we can cultivate empathy and compassion. Justice, according to Stoic principles, involves treating others fairly and with respect, ensuring that our actions contribute to the common good. This sense of brotherhood extends beyond immediate relationships, encompassing all of humanity. In embracing this ideal, we commit to a life of service, supporting and uplifting others. This communal approach not only enhances societal harmony, but also enriches our own lives, fostering a sense of belonging and purpose. When we view others as brothers and sisters, we are more inclined to act with kindness, patience, and understanding, creating a ripple effect of positive change. This principle of justice and brotherhood reminds us that true strength lies in unity, and that by working together, we can overcome any challenge and build a more just and compassionate world. Number 3, control and acceptance. One of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy is the concept of control and acceptance. Happiness, according to the Stoics, is found in recognizing and accepting what is within our control and letting go of what is not. This principle teaches us to focus our energy on our thoughts, actions, and responses, which are within our power, rather than external events and outcomes, which are beyond our control. By accepting this reality, we reduce unnecessary stress and anxiety, cultivating a sense of inner peace. This approach encourages a proactive mindset, where we take responsibility for our own well-being and actions, rather than blaming external circumstances. In doing so, We build resilience and maintain our composure even in the face of adversity. Acceptance does not mean passive resignation, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement of reality, empowering us to act wisely and effectively within the sphere of our control. This Stoic principle is a powerful tool for navigating life's challenges with grace and equanimity, ensuring that we remain steadfast and centered no matter what comes our way. Number 4, reflection and self-improvement. Stoicism places a strong emphasis on reflection and self-improvement. Regular self-reflection is a crucial practice for personal growth, allowing us to assess our actions, thoughts, and motivations critically. This introspective process helps us identify areas for improvement and develop a deeper understanding of our own character. The Stoics believed that by examining our lives, we can align more closely with our values and principles, leading to a more virtuous and fulfilling existence. Self-improvement is an ongoing journey, one that requires humility and a willingness to acknowledge and correct our faults. It involves setting realistic goals and striving to become better each day, not for external validation, but for the sake of our own moral development. Through this process, we cultivate virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, building a character that can withstand life's challenges. By committing to reflection and self-improvement, we take an active role in shaping our destiny, ensuring that we live a life of purpose and integrity. Number 5, purpose and duty. Understanding and fulfilling one's purpose and duties in life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics believe that each person has a unique role to play, and by embracing this role with integrity and commitment, we find true contentment. Purpose is not just about personal ambition, but also about contributing to the greater good. This sense of duty guides our actions, helping us navigate life's complexities with a clear sense of direction. When we understand our purpose, we are less likely to be swayed by external distractions or trivial pursuits. Instead, we focus on what truly matters, aligning our actions with our core values and principles. This commitment to purpose and duty fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and resilience, as we are anchored by a strong sense of meaning. By dedicating ourselves to our responsibilities, whether in our personal lives or within the broader community, we contribute to a more harmonious and just world. This Stoic principle teaches us that true happiness and satisfaction come from living in accordance with our highest ideals and making a positive impact on the lives of others. Number 6, mindfulness of mortality. Practicing memento mori, the reminder of our mortality, is a powerful Stoic exercise that encourages us to live each day with purpose and gratitude. The awareness of death should not be a source of fear, but a motivator to live fully and meaningfully. By acknowledging that our time is limited, we become more mindful of how we spend each moment, prioritizing what truly matters. This practice helps us appreciate the present and the simple joys of life, fostering a sense of gratitude for our experiences and relationships. It also encourages us to let go of petty grievances and focus on what is within our control. The Stoics believe that understanding and accepting our mortality is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us to live with integrity, making the most of our time and leaving a positive legacy. Embracing this perspective helps us face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. Number 7, emotional mastery. Mastering one's emotions is a fundamental aspect of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that true power comes from controlling our emotions rather than being controlled by them. Emotions such as anger, fear, and jealousy are seen as distortions that cloud our judgment and hinder rational thinking. By practicing self-discipline and understanding, we can manage these emotions effectively. This involves recognizing the triggers of negative emotions and responding with calm and reason. Emotional mastery does not mean suppressing feelings, but rather transforming them into constructive responses. By maintaining a balanced and composed mindset, we navigate life's ups and downs with greater resilience and clarity. This Stoic approach fosters inner peace and strength, allowing us to remain focused on our goals and values despite external pressures. Through emotional mastery, we cultivate a state of equanimity, where we are not easily swayed by external events, but remain grounded in our principles. This enables us to make thoughtful decisions and build healthier relationships, contributing to a more fulfilling and harmonious life. Number 8, self-reliance and virtue. True happiness and contentment, according to Stoic philosophy, come from within. Self-reliance and the cultivation of virtue are essential for a fulfilling life. The Stoics teach that external possessions and circumstances do not determine our well-being. Rather, it is our inner state and adherence to moral principles that matter. By focusing on developing virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we build a resilient and stable character. Self-reliance involves trusting in our own abilities and judgment, while also recognizing our interconnectedness with others. This balance helps us navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Living in harmony with nature and our true selves leads to a deeper sense of satisfaction and peace. By prioritizing virtue over material wealth, we free ourselves from the endless pursuit of external validation and find joy in the simple and meaningful aspects of life. This Stoic principle reminds us that we have the power to create a good life through our actions and choices, grounded in self-reliance and the pursuit of virtue. Number 9, community and cooperation. The Stoics emphasize the importance of community and cooperation, recognizing that humans are inherently social beings. Embracing the interconnectedness of humanity fosters empathy, altruism, and mutual support. This principle encourages us to view others as fellow members of a universal community, working together for the common good. By prioritizing cooperation over competition, we contribute to a more harmonious and just society. This approach involves active participation in our communities, offering support and kindness to others, and working towards shared goals. The Stoics teach that by helping others, we also enrich our own lives, creating a sense of belonging and purpose. This communal mindset strengthens social bonds and promotes collective well-being. It reminds us that our actions impact not only ourselves, but also those around us. By fostering a spirit of cooperation and empathy, we build stronger, more resilient communities that can face challenges together. This Stoic principle underscores the idea that true strength and happiness lie in unity and shared purpose. Number 10, dealing with adversity. Building resilience through voluntary hardship is a key Stoic principle for dealing with adversity. The Stoics believed that by intentionally facing challenges, we strengthen our character and prepare ourselves for life's inevitable difficulties. This practice involves embracing discomfort and viewing obstacles as opportunities for growth. Recognizing that external events do not harm us, but our judgments about them do, helps us maintain perspective and composure. By shifting our mindset to see adversity as a natural part of life, we become more adaptable and resourceful. This approach fosters a sense of inner strength and resilience, enabling us to navigate crises with calm and clarity. The Stoics teach that adversity reveals our true character and provides a chance to practice virtues such as courage, patience, and perseverance. By confronting difficulties head-on and learning from them, we develop a robust and resilient spirit. This Stoic principle encourages us to see challenges not as setbacks, but as essential experiences that shape and refine us, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and resilient life. Number 11, living in the present. The Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of living in the present. By focusing on the here and now, we maximize our experiences and make the most of our time. The Stoics teach that excessive concern for the past or future diminishes our ability to appreciate and engage with the present moment. Living immediately means valuing the current experiences and opportunities without being weighed down by regrets or anxieties. This approach fosters mindfulness and gratitude, allowing us to fully immerse ourselves in our activities and relationships. By embracing the present, we reduce stress and increase our sense of fulfillment and joy. This principle encourages us to let go of distractions and focus on what truly matters, enhancing our overall well-being. The Stoics remind us that life happens in the present, and by fully engaging with it, we can live more meaningful and satisfying lives. This mindful approach ensures that we do not miss out on the richness of our experiences, leading to a deeper appreciation of life and its moments. Number 12, perspective on death. Accepting death as a natural part of life is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. The Stoics teach that death is not inherently terrifying. It is our perception that causes fear. By understanding and accepting the inevitability of death, we can live more fully and courageously. This perspective encourages us to focus on what truly matters and to make the most of our time. By contemplating our mortality, we develop a sense of urgency and purpose, prioritizing meaningful activities and relationships. This acceptance also helps us let go of trivial concerns and petty grievances, fostering a deeper sense of peace and contentment. The Stoics believe that understanding death is essential for personal growth and resilience. It reminds us that life is fleeting and precious, and that we should live with integrity and intention. By embracing this principle, we can face life's challenges with courage and equanimity, knowing that each moment is a gift and an opportunity to live according to our highest values. This Stoic wisdom helps us appreciate the present and live a more meaningful and fulfilling life. As we draw from the ancient wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we uncover timeless principles that offer profound insights for leading a resilient, virtuous, and fulfilling life. By integrating these 2,000-year-old rules into our daily routines, we can cultivate inner peace, embrace challenges with courage, and live with a sense of purpose and clarity. If these teachings resonate with you and inspire you to lead a more meaningful life, don't forget to like this video. For more content on wisdom and personal growth, subscribe to our channel and join our community of seekers on this journey toward enlightenment. Share this video with others who might benefit from these insights, and let's continue exploring the transformative power of Stoic philosophy together. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for more wisdom-filled videos.
10 alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," but toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. Constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks and rowing, it's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, my worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words. Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. That never happened, or you're overreacting. Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message. Your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere, in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace? Or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a Stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond? Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm." 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Have you ever wondered if you could command respect and demonstrate your worth without saying a single word? In a world inundated with noise and superficiality, is it possible that our actions could speak louder than our words? According to ancient Stoic philosophy, the answer is a resounding yes. Let's embark on a journey to discover how you can recognize and embody your true value through the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, enriched with real-life examples to bring these principles to life. Develop resilience. Resilience is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It is about maintaining your dignity and composure, regardless of the adversities you face. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, yet emerged unbroken, leading South Africa out of apartheid and becoming a global symbol of endurance and dignity. Mandela's ability to endure extreme hardship and still rise to lead his nation demonstrates the Stoic principle of resilience. Life inevitably throws challenges our way, personal setbacks, professional hurdles, and unforeseen crises. The Stoics believed that our worth is truly shown in how we handle these difficulties. Embrace these challenges as opportunities for growth and learning. Each adversity faced and overcome builds your strength and reinforces your self-respect. This inner strength not only helps you maintain your composure, but also garners the respect of others. By developing resilience, you're not just surviving, you are thriving. You show that you can withstand life's storms and come out stronger. This quality of resilience is what makes you worthy of respect, both from yourself and others. It is through these trials that your true character is revealed, proving that actions indeed speak louder than words. Focus on actions, not words. In relationships, actions reveal true intentions more than words ever can. Mahatma Gandhi exemplified this principle through his non-violent resistance, like the Salt March, which spoke volumes more than any speech. Stoicism emphasizes practical wisdom, urging us to judge people by their actions. Observing consistent and genuine actions provides a clearer picture of someone's character, helping to cultivate more authentic and meaningful connections. Consider a scenario where someone promises to support you, but consistently fails to show up when needed. Their actions, or lack thereof, speak louder than their words. This principle helps you discern true allies from mere talkers. By focusing on actions, you build stronger, more reliable relationships based on trust and mutual respect. Embrace healthy skepticism. A dose of skepticism can protect you from potential disappointments in relationships. Steve Jobs, for example, approached new ideas and people with healthy skepticism, which helped him innovate and lead Apple to success. This doesn't mean being negative or cynical. Rather, it's about being mindful and observant. By taking the time to know someone and ensuring their actions match their words, you maintain a balanced and rational approach. This key aspect of Stoic philosophy helps you avoid unnecessary heartache and builds more solid, trustworthy connections. In practical terms, embracing healthy skepticism means being cautious and evaluating situations carefully. It's about asking the right questions and seeking evidence before forming judgments. This approach not only protects you from deceit, but also ensures that your relationships are based on genuine, consistent actions. Know your worth. Stoicism teaches that your worth is intrinsic and not dependent on external validation. Oprah Winfrey, despite facing significant hardships, always knew her worth and built a media empire by focusing on her abilities and self-value. Your self-esteem should not be swayed by others' opinions or social media metrics. Imagine yourself as a precious gemstone. Not everyone will recognize your value, but that doesn't diminish your worth. Marcus Aurelius, a prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. By focusing on your virtues and living a life you are proud of, you acknowledge your true worth. This intrinsic sense of value is crucial in maintaining self-respect and dignity, regardless of external circumstances. Cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is often overlooked, but is a powerful aspect of Stoicism. Keanu Reeves, known for his gratitude and humility despite his success, exemplifies this principle. By focusing on what you have rather than what you lack, you foster a positive outlook and appreciation for life. Gratitude helps you recognize your achievements and qualities, reinforcing your sense of worth and positively influencing how others perceive and value you. Practicing gratitude shifts your focus from deficiencies to abundance. It encourages you to celebrate small victories and recognize the positive aspects of your life, thereby enhancing your overall well-being and sense of fulfillment. This practice not only improves your own mental health, but also makes you more pleasant to be around, further enhancing your relationships. Limit access. In a world of instant gratification, maintaining a sense of mystery and depth can enhance your perceived value. Beyoncé maintains a level of control over her public and private life, ensuring that her time and presence are valued. Limiting access is not about playing hard to get, but about recognizing your own worth and ensuring that others value your time and presence. This Stoic approach teaches self-discipline and emotional self-control, encouraging you to be selective about who you let into your life. By limiting access, you protect your energy and focus on meaningful interactions that genuinely enrich your life. This practice helps maintain a balance between openness and privacy, ensuring that your relationships are based on mutual respect and value. Practice unconditional love. Unconditional love in Stoicism goes beyond expecting nothing in return. Fred Rogers, known as Mr. Rogers, demonstrated unconditional love by accepting and valuing each child for who they were. This involves recognizing the intrinsic worth of every individual and showing empathy and compassion. By practicing forgiveness and letting go of resentment, you foster emotional healing and growth, building stronger, more genuine connections. Unconditional love means accepting people as they are, without trying to change them. It involves showing empathy and understanding, even in difficult situations. This practice not only improves your relationships, but also enhances your emotional well-being, as you learn to let go of negative feelings and focus on positive, constructive interactions. Be prepared to walk away. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is recognizing what you can and cannot control. J.K. Rowling faced numerous rejections but knew her worth, walking away from offers that didn't respect her work until she found success. In relationships, this means being willing to walk away from situations that compromise your values. It requires inner strength and a deep understanding of your worth. By choosing to leave what no longer serves you, you make room for healthier and more fulfilling opportunities. This practice demonstrates your commitment to self-respect and integrity, ensuring that you do not settle for less than you deserve. Walking away is not a sign of weakness, but a testament to your strength and understanding of your worth. Present yourself with dignity. Dignity in Stoicism is about investing your energy wisely and authentically. Barack Obama maintained a composed and respectful demeanor throughout his presidency, even in the face of criticism. Presenting yourself with dignity means being true to who you are, rather than trying to impress others with superficialities. For example, consider a scenario where you're in a cafe and see two people on a date. One is flashy and trying hard to impress, while the other is comfortable in their own skin. The person who is genuine and self-assured, like Obama, is more likely to leave a lasting impression. This aligns with Stoic principles of living with integrity and self-respect. Act with boundaries. Setting and maintaining boundaries is a powerful way to demonstrate your self-respect. Maya Angelou set clear boundaries in her life, valuing honesty and respect. If you value honesty and someone lies to you, how you handle the situation speaks volumes. Addressing the issue calmly or stepping away can demonstrate your commitment to your values. This approach aligns with the Stoic emphasis on self-discipline and rationality. By setting boundaries, you protect your emotional well-being and ensure that your relationships are healthy and respectful. This practice is essential for maintaining self-respect and ensuring that others respect your values and limits. Solitude. Solitude is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal. Henry David Thoreau sought solitude at Walden Pond, where he spent 2 years in self-reflection. This period allowed him to write Walden and align his actions with his principles. Taking time to be alone and reflect helps you understand your true self and values without external influence, reinforcing your self-worth independent of others' opinions. Regular self-reflection helps you make decisions based on your principles and stay true to your values. This practice is essential for personal growth and self-awareness, ensuring that your actions are aligned with your true self. By seeking solitude, you create space for introspection and self-improvement, enhancing your overall well-being and sense of purpose. Onanda. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control and to let go of what we cannot. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late Supreme Court Justice, never chased after approval, but focused on her work and principles, earning respect through her dedication to justice and equality. Chasing after someone who is pulling away is futile and diminishes your self-respect. Instead, value your worth and let things flow naturally, maintaining your dignity and attracting people who appreciate your strength and confidence. This practice ensures that your relationships are based on mutual respect and genuine interest, rather than desperation or insecurity. In summary, embracing Stoic principles in relationships empowers you to demonstrate your worth through actions, set healthy boundaries, and maintain your self-respect. By focusing on what you can control and valuing yourself intrinsically, you create a foundation for authentic and meaningful connections. Remember, true worth is demonstrated through consistent and genuine actions, not words. Let your dignity and integrity shine, and the world will recognize your true value.
Here are 10 terrible signs you're being manipulated. Signs so subtle they might be controlling your life without you even noticing. Think about this. Has someone ever made you feel guilty for saying no, left you questioning your reality, or used affection as a tool to get their way? These aren't just annoying behaviors, they're calculated strategies to keep you under their control. But here's the twist. You don't have to stay trapped. The ancient Stoics faced manipulation in their own time, and their wisdom can help you recognize and resist it today. In this video, we'll break down these 10 toxic behaviors and show you how Stoic principles can arm you against them. Whether it's emotional coercion, gaslighting, or weaponized flattery, you'll learn how to reclaim your power and build a fortress of inner peace. Stick with me. You'll walk away stronger, smarter, and completely unshakable. 1. Emotional coercion. The silent manipulation. Have you ever felt an uncomfortable weight on your shoulders, like someone was making you responsible for their feelings or decisions? Emotional coercion works this way. It's subtle, yet it has a profound impact on your sense of freedom. A friend might say, "If you don't come to my party, I'll be so hurt." Or a partner might suggest, "You don't love me if you won't do this for me." These statements plant seeds of guilt, fear, or obligation, manipulating you into compliance. Stoicism offers a powerful antidote. It teaches that our emotions and reactions are entirely within our control. Epictetus reminds us, it's not events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about them. In this case, the manipulator's words are not the problem. Our reaction to them is. Emotional coercion succeeds when we let others' feelings dictate our actions. But as Stoics, we aim to act according to reason and virtue, not emotional pressure. To relate this to my own life, I once had a colleague who was particularly skilled at emotional coercion. They often framed their requests with phrases like, "You're the only person I can rely on," or, "If you don't help me, I'll be in serious trouble." These statements made me feel obligated to prioritize their needs over my own. It wasn't until I started studying Stoic philosophy that I realized how much power I was handing over. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By applying this principle, I began pausing before reacting. When faced with guilt-laden pleas, I asked myself, am I responsible for their feelings? Is this aligned with my values? I learned to set firm but compassionate boundaries, responding with statements like, "I understand this is difficult for you, but I can't commit to that right now." The beauty of Stoicism lies in its practicality. It doesn't ask us to shut down our emotions, but to manage them wisely. Emotional coercion thrives on our inability to separate others' feelings from our own responsibilities. By staying grounded, assessing situations rationally, and acting in alignment with our principles, we can break free from this subtle yet destructive form of manipulation. In doing so, we regain control over our actions and emotions, preserving our inner peace. 2. Gaslighting, doubting your reality. Have you ever walked away from a conversation doubting what you know to be true? Gaslighting, a tactic often used by manipulators, is designed to distort your perception of reality. It's when someone denies facts, twists events, or accuses you of being overly sensitive to make you question your memory, judgment, or sanity. Statements like, "That never happened," or "Me gestorci," "You're imagining things," are hallmarks of this manipulation technique. The Stoics teach us to anchor ourselves in reason and objective reality, protecting our inner clarity from external distortions. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If someone can prove me wrong and show me my mistake, I will gladly change, for I seek the truth." Stoicism encourages us to focus on facts, not emotions, when evaluating situations. Gaslighting works when we lose confidence in our reasoning, but the Stoic approach empowers us to remain steadfast in our understanding of the truth. In my own experience, I once had a friend who would routinely dismiss valid concerns I raised by saying, "You're blowing things out of proportion." Over time, I started to question whether my feelings were valid. However, I began applying Stoic principles by keeping a journal to document events and conversations. This gave me an objective record to reference, helping me differentiate between my own perceptions and the manipulator's version of events. When faced with gaslighting, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what evidence do I have for my perspective? Am I being led by reason or by someone else's narrative? If the situation allows, calmly challenge the manipulator with facts. "Actually, I remember this differently. Here's what I recall happening." However, the key is not to engage in emotional arguments. They thrive on confusion. Stoicism teaches us that while we cannot control others' actions, we can control our response. Grounding ourselves in truth and logic weakens the manipulator's grip. By trusting our rational mind, we safeguard our confidence and avoid falling prey to gaslighting. 3. Excessive flattery. Sweet words with bitter intentions. Have you ever been overwhelmed by compliments, only to realize later that they came with strings attached? Excessive flattery is a manipulator's tool to gain your trust and lower your defenses. They might say things like, "You're so amazing. No one else could do this as well as you." While it feels good in the moment, it's often a calculated attempt to exploit your desire for approval. Stoicism warns us against attaching our self-worth to others' opinions. Seneca advised, "A wise man is neither elevated by praise nor depressed by blame." Excessive flattery becomes manipulation when we rely on it to feel validated. A Stoic knows that true worth comes from living virtuously, not from the approval of others. I recall working with someone who constantly praised my work, telling me, "You're the best team player we have." I felt proud, but soon noticed a pattern. Every compliment was followed by a request, often for tasks that weren't my responsibility. Stoicism helped me step back and evaluate their motives. Were they genuinely appreciative, or was their praise a prelude to manipulation? To handle such situations, focus on staying humble and grounded. Acknowledge the compliment, but don't let it cloud your judgment. Instead of feeling obligated, calmly assess the request's merit. Say, "Thank you for the kind words, but let me consider if I can help with that." Flattery only works as manipulation when we let it. By cultivating inner confidence and focusing on virtue, we can appreciate genuine praise without being swayed by excessive or insincere compliments. A Stoic mind remains balanced, neither inflated by flattery nor diminished by criticism. 4. Isolation. Cutting you off from support. Manipulators often isolate you from your support system to gain more control over your decisions. They might subtly discourage you from spending time with friends or family, claiming that those relationships are not in your best interest. Over time, you find yourself distanced from the people who provide strength, perspective, and emotional stability. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of meaningful relationships and community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, hands, eyelids, or the rows of the upper and lower teeth." This reminds us that human connections are essential, not obstacles to be removed. Recognizing attempts at isolation allows us to remain connected to the relationships that nourish and support us. In my life, I once dealt with someone who constantly questioned my closest friendships. They would say things like, "Are they really there for you?" or "I think they're jealous of our bond." Their subtle remarks made me doubt my friends and rely more on the manipulator for support. But when I applied Stoic principles, I started to see through their tactics. By evaluating relationships objectively, I realized the manipulator's claims didn't align with reality. To counter isolation, actively nurture your relationships and seek diverse perspectives. Stoicism teaches us to act in accordance with reason, and part of that involves valuing the people who truly care for us. Don't let anyone dictate whom you can or cannot trust without evidence. Stay grounded and maintain the connections that bring balance and joy to your life. 5. Playing the victim. Weaponizing helplessness. Manipulators often present themselves as victims to elicit sympathy and shift the burden of responsibility onto you. They might recount endless tales of mistreatment or unfairness, subtly implying that it's your duty to make things right for them. While compassion is a virtue, Stoicism warns us against allowing pity to cloud our judgment. Epictetus advised, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." Manipulators exploit your kindness, but it's essential to remember that their circumstances are outside your control. You cannot solve every problem they present, nor should you feel obligated to. I encountered someone who frequently lamented their misfortunes, from financial woes to strained relationships. Initially, I felt compelled to help, offering my time, energy, and resources. However, their problems persisted, and I began to notice a pattern. They weren't seeking solutions, just attention and compliance. Stoicism helped me step back and ask myself, am I truly helping, or am I enabling their behavior? The key to dealing with this manipulation is to approach it rationally. Offer support when appropriate, but set clear boundaries. Ask yourself whether your involvement aligns with your values, or if it simply feeds their dependency. By focusing on what you can control, your actions and intentions, you prevent their victimhood from dictating your choices. 6. Exploiting vulnerabilities, using your weaknesses against you. A manipulator will often identify and exploit your vulnerabilities, turning your fears, insecurities, or desires into leverage. They may subtly remind you of past failures or insecurities, using them to steer your decisions in their favor. Stoic wisdom teaches us to embrace self-awareness and strengthen our inner resilience. Seneca wrote, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Recognizing and accepting your vulnerabilities is the first step to preventing their misuse. By owning your flaws, you take away the manipulator's power to use them against you. I once confided in someone about my fear of failure in a project. Later, when disagreements arose, they would say things like, "If you don't do this my way, you might regret it later." Their words tapped into my fear, making me doubt my instincts. But through Stoic practice, I learned to confront my insecurities directly. By reminding myself that failure is a natural part of life and a chance to grow, I stopped allowing them to control me through fear. Strengthening your inner fortitude weakens the manipulator's influence. Accept your vulnerabilities, but don't let them define you. A Stoic faces weaknesses with courage and works to transform them into sources of strength. 7. Withholding information, controlling through secrecy. Manipulators often withhold crucial information to maintain control over you. They might selectively share details, leaving you feeling uncertain or dependent on them for clarity. By keeping you in the dark, they can shape narratives and steer your decisions in their favor. Stoicism emphasizes the pursuit of truth and clarity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let your understanding be clear and distinct, and your judgments unaffected by mere appearances." To counter this manipulation, a Stoic seeks facts and avoids making assumptions based on incomplete information. I've experienced situations where someone withheld key details in a professional setting, framing the situation in a way that suited their agenda. It wasn't until I asked specific questions and sought other perspectives that I realized I wasn't getting the full picture. The Stoic principle of rational inquiry helped me take a step back and recognize that clarity comes from actively seeking knowledge rather than passively accepting what's given. When you suspect someone is withholding information, remain calm and ask direct, respectful questions. Don't allow fear or frustration to cloud your judgment. Instead, approach the situation methodically, seeking the facts before drawing conclusions. Stoicism teaches us to remain grounded, ensuring that secrecy and uncertainty cannot easily manipulate us. 8. Love bombing and deprivation, emotional whiplash. Love bombing and deprivation are manipulation techniques that work in tandem. First, the manipulator showers you with affection and attention, creating a sense of dependency. Then they withdraw abruptly, leaving you craving the connection they once provided. This cycle keeps you off balance, questioning what you did wrong and striving to regain their approval. Stoic wisdom reminds us to find stability within ourselves rather than seeking it from external sources. Epictetus taught, "Freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control." Manipulators use emotional highs and lows to keep you tethered, but a Stoic learns to detach from such extremes and seek balance within. I've faced this manipulation in a personal relationship where intense affection was followed by sudden coldness. Each time, I found myself trying harder to fix the dynamic. Once I embraced Stoicism, I realized their behavior was outside my control. By focusing on my own sense of worth and emotional balance, I broke free from the cycle. To resist this tactic, cultivate emotional independence. Appreciate love and kindness when it's genuine, but don't allow your happiness to hinge on someone else's behavior. A Stoic finds peace in their own actions and principles, not in the fluctuating attention of others. 9. Excessive control, dictating your choices. Manipulators often attempt to control your decisions, dictating how you should think, act, or even feel. They may frame their interference as care or concern, saying things like, "I just want what's best for you," while subtly steering you toward their desired outcomes. Stoicism champions personal agency and the ability to live in alignment with your values. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Manipulators thrive when we surrender control, but the Stoic path is about reclaiming autonomy and making choices based on reason, not external pressure. I once had a mentor who frequently overstepped, insisting their advice was the only path to success. At first, I followed their guidance, but it began to feel stifling. Applying Stoic wisdom, I reflected on my own goals and principles. Were their suggestions truly aligned with what I valued, or was I letting them dictate my life? By setting boundaries and making decisions rooted in my convictions, I regained control. To counter excessive control, calmly assert your independence. Thank the person for their input, but remind them and yourself that the ultimate decision is yours. A Stoic lives authentically, guided by inner principles rather than external dictates. 10. Blaming and shaming, deflecting responsibility. Manipulators often use blame and shame as tools to deflect responsibility onto you. They may accuse you of being selfish, ungrateful, or incompetent, making you feel as though you're at fault for their shortcomings or failures. Stoicism teaches us to accept responsibility for our own actions while rejecting unjust criticism. Marcus Aurelius advised, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." When manipulators try to shame us, we can choose not to internalize their words. I've dealt with someone who frequently blamed me for their mistakes, saying things like, "This wouldn't have happened if you had supported me better." For a time, I believed them, but Stoic reflection helped me see that their failures weren't my burden to bear. I learned to separate valid feedback from baseless accusations, focusing on what I could control, my own actions and responses. When confronted with blame or shame, pause and reflect. Ask yourself whether the criticism is justified. If it is, take accountability and grow from it. If it isn't, let it pass without allowing it to disturb your peace. A Stoic knows that their worth is not determined by others' judgments, but by living virtuously and staying true to their principles. Manipulation thrives in the shadows, but with the clarity and resilience that Stoic wisdom provides, you now have the tools to recognize and resist it. By identifying these 10 signs and staying anchored in your values, you can protect your peace and reclaim your personal freedom. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it. It really supports the channel. Subscribe for more Stoic insights and practical advice to empower your daily life, and I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs resonated with you the most? Or do you have your own experiences or takeaways to share? Drop them in the comments below. I read and value every single one. Together, let's build a community grounded in wisdom, strength, and mutual support. See you in the next video. Here are 10 things you should never share with your family, no matter how close you are. Oversharing might seem harmless, but it could unintentionally damage relationships, create misunderstandings, or even leave you feeling vulnerable in ways you didn't expect. Imagine revealing a past mistake, only to see pity replace respect in your loved one's eyes. Or casually sharing a health concern, only to spark excessive worry that changes how your family interacts with you. These are just a couple of examples where well-intentioned openness can backfire. But what if you could avoid these traps entirely? What if choosing thoughtful silence in key areas could actually deepen your family connections and bring you greater peace? In this video, we'll explore not just what to keep private, but why it matters. You'll discover how these strategies protect your relationships, preserve your dignity, and create an environment where you can thrive. By the end, you'll have a clear roadmap to balance openness with discretion, ensuring that your family sees you for the strong, resilient person you are. Let's dive into these 5 essential secrets you should keep to yourself. 1. Negative opinions about extended family members. It's tempting to vent about an annoying cousin or a meddlesome aunt during family conversations. After all, family dynamics can get tricky, and emotions sometimes run high. But openly sharing negative opinions about extended family members can do more harm than good. Not only can it create unnecessary tension, but it may also lead to long-lasting rifts that affect everyone involved. Imagine this scenario. You're frustrated with a distant uncle who always gives unsolicited advice at gatherings. You casually share your feelings with a sibling, expecting sympathy. Instead, they relay your words to another family member who eventually tells your uncle. Now, what started as harmless venting becomes the spark for a feud. The next family event is awkward, with everyone walking on eggshells, and you're left wondering if it was worth it. One reason to keep negative opinions private is the ripple effect they can create. Family members often feel compelled to take sides, even when they'd rather not. What you see as a personal grievance might snowball into a wider issue, dragging others into a conflict they weren't involved in. Even well-meaning relatives can escalate the situation by sharing your comments under the guise of clearing the air. Another reason is the fleeting nature of emotions. A comment made in frustration can lose its significance once you've calmed down. Unfortunately, the damage it causes may linger. Extended family relationships are often less forgiving because they don't involve the daily closeness that builds trust and understanding over time. A careless word can permanently tarnish how someone views you or how you view them. Instead, focus on addressing your frustrations privately. Journaling, meditating, or discussing your feelings with a trusted friend outside the family can help you process emotions constructively. If the issue with the family member persists, consider approaching them directly and respectfully rather than involving others. This approach avoids unnecessary drama and shows emotional maturity. By choosing to keep negative opinions private, you protect your family's harmony and demonstrate respect for everyone involved. Relationships can stay cordial and gatherings remain enjoyable. After all, family isn't about perfection. It's about finding ways to coexist peacefully despite differences. Choosing discretion strengthens bonds and creates an atmosphere of trust that benefits everyone. 2. Your financial struggles in real time. Money can be a sensitive subject, especially when you're going through financial difficulties. While it might feel natural to share these struggles with family members, doing so in real time can create unnecessary worry, judgment, or even tension within relationships. Instead, managing these challenges privately or with a trusted advisor can help you maintain independence and preserve family harmony. Consider Sarah, a 40-year-old who had recently started a small business. As with many startups, she faced financial uncertainty in the first year. Eager to share her experiences, she confided in her parents about how difficult things were. Although her parents wanted to help, their concern quickly turned into frequent calls, unsolicited advice, and suggestions to abandon the business for a safer corporate job. Sarah felt supported at first, but soon found their constant questioning and interventions overwhelming, leaving her feeling doubted rather than encouraged. One reason to avoid sharing financial struggles prematurely is the pressure it can place on your loved ones. Parents or siblings may feel obligated to step in financially, even when they're not in a position to help. Others might inadvertently treat you differently, viewing you through a lens of struggle rather than capability. These shifts in dynamics can strain relationships and erode the respect you've built over time. Another consideration is how financial struggles are often temporary. Sharing these issues in the moment might paint an incomplete picture of your overall stability. Once you've overcome the challenge, your family may still associate you with that struggle, even if you've moved on. It's better to address the issue, learn from it, and share insights once you've gained perspective and resolution. Instead of opening up about real-time financial issues, focus on actionable steps to resolve them. Seek professional advice, create a budget, or brainstorm solutions with a mentor or trusted friend. If you do decide to share with family, keep it focused on lessons rather than current hardships. For example, how you're learning resilience or managing challenges effectively. By keeping financial struggles private, you shield your family from unnecessary worry and maintain your own sense of control. This approach helps you emerge stronger and ensures your relationships remain rooted in mutual respect and positivity. When you do choose to share your story, it will be from a place of growth rather than vulnerability. 3. Personal, spiritual, or philosophical doubts. Sharing personal doubts about spirituality, religion, or philosophy can be a deeply vulnerable act. While it's natural to wrestle with such questions, revealing them too openly to family, especially in households where beliefs are tightly held, can unintentionally create confusion, tension, or even judgment. Choosing to process these doubts privately can help you preserve your peace and maintain harmony within your family. Take David's story, for example. Raised in a devout household, he began to question his religious beliefs in his early 30s. Feeling the need to share, he confided in his mother during a family dinner. Her response was immediate and emotional. She saw his doubts as a rejection of their shared faith and upbringing. What David intended as a conversation about exploration turned into a heated debate, leaving both parties feeling misunderstood. The following months were marked by strained interactions and an unspoken discomfort that neither could fully address. One reason to keep spiritual doubts private is the deeply personal nature of such journeys. These questions often require time, introspection, and exploration to understand fully. Sharing prematurely may open you up to criticism or advice that feels dismissive or even intrusive. Family members may react defensively, seeing your doubts as a challenge to their own beliefs or a rejection of shared values, even if that's not your intention. Additionally, unresolved doubts may not yet have clarity or answers. Sharing them too soon could lead to misunderstandings or assumptions about where you stand, creating unnecessary friction. Processing these thoughts privately or with a trusted confidant outside the family allows you the space to explore without feeling pressured to defend or justify your feelings. Instead of voicing your doubts openly, consider exploring them through journaling, reading, or speaking with someone who can provide neutral guidance, like a spiritual mentor or therapist. If you feel the need to share with family, frame it in a way that focuses on your exploration rather than presenting it as a definitive stance. For instance, saying, "I'm trying to learn more about my beliefs," is less likely to provoke strong reactions than declaring a sudden shift. By choosing to keep spiritual or philosophical doubts private, you give yourself the freedom to explore without external pressure. This allows you to preserve family harmony while staying true to your personal journey. When the time comes to share your conclusions, you'll do so with clarity and confidence, fostering meaningful and respectful dialogue. 4. Minor health concerns. It's natural to share aspects of your health with your family, especially as you age or experience new physical challenges. However, constantly voicing every minor ache, pain, or discomfort can lead to unintended consequences. Worry, overreaction, or even a shift in how your family perceives you. Choosing to keep minor health concerns to yourself can help maintain a positive and balanced family atmosphere. Let's consider the example of Linda, a 65-year-old retired teacher. She started noticing occasional joint pain in her hands. One day, she mentioned it casually to her son. Concerned, he immediately began researching remedies, suggesting doctor visits and lifestyle changes. While Linda appreciated his care, the response left her feeling overwhelmed and, surprisingly, a bit fragile. Over time, she noticed her family started treating her differently, checking on her constantly and avoiding asking her for help with simple tasks. What started as a small issue turned into a source of unnecessary focus and worry. One reason to avoid sharing every minor health issue is the anxiety it can create for your family. Loved ones may feel obligated to step in, offer advice, or even overcompensate by treating you as if you're less capable than you are. This can alter the dynamics of your relationships, making them feel more like caregivers than equals. Another factor is the psychological impact on you. Constantly discussing health concerns can make them feel bigger than they are, drawing your focus to discomfort rather than wellness. This can unintentionally reinforce a mindset centered on limitation rather than resilience. Instead of vocalizing every small health issue, focus on maintaining your overall well-being. Share positive updates about what's going well, like enjoying a walk or trying a new hobby. If you need support for a more serious issue, choose a trusted family member to confide in without making it the center of attention. By keeping minor health concerns private, you create an environment where your family sees you as strong, capable, and engaged in life. This approach helps preserve your sense of independence and ensures that conversations with loved ones focus on joy and connection, not worry. When serious health issues arise, your family will know you value their support, making those moments more meaningful. 5. Unfulfilled dreams or wishes. We all have dreams we've had to set aside, careers we didn't pursue, places we didn't visit, or passions we didn't fully explore. While these unfulfilled wishes are a natural part of life, sharing them too openly with family can sometimes create unintended sadness or feelings of guilt. Choosing to keep these dreams private allows you to cherish them without burdening loved ones. Take the story of Robert, a retired mechanic who had always dreamed of becoming an artist. In his younger days, he loved painting and even dreamed of opening a small gallery. Life, however, had other plans. He built a career, raised a family, and found satisfaction in other ways. One day, during a casual conversation, Robert shared his dream with his granddaughter, expecting to inspire her with his love for art. Instead, she looked at him with a mix of pity and guilt, saying, "I wish you'd been able to do that, Grandpa." What Robert intended as a heartfelt moment left his granddaughter feeling sad, and as though her existence might have been part of why his dream wasn't realized. This reaction surprised him, making him reflect on whether sharing his unfulfilled wish was the best choice. One reason to hold back on discussing unrealized dreams is that younger family members may misinterpret them as regrets, rather than a natural part of life's journey. They might feel guilty, believing they somehow contributed to your choices or sacrifices, even if that's not true. Another reason is that dwelling too much on what didn't happen can overshadow what did. Life is rarely about achieving everything on our list. It's about finding meaning and joy in the choices we've made. Sharing stories of resilience and fulfillment helps family members see you as someone who embraced life's twists and turns with gratitude. Instead of openly discussing unfulfilled dreams, focus on celebrating the values and experiences that shaped who you are. For instance, if Robert had shared stories of how his artistic creativity enriched his career or his relationships, he could still convey his love for art without unintentionally making his granddaughter feel burdened. By cherishing your dreams privately, you preserve them as personal reminders of who you are and what you value. This approach allows your family to see you as someone who embraced life's journey with strength and gratitude, inspiring them to do the same. 6. Past major mistakes. Our past is full of experiences that shape us, including moments of failure or poor judgment. While it can be tempting to share these stories with family members as cautionary tales, doing so might lead to unintended consequences. Past mistakes, even those meant as lessons, can alter how family members perceive you and create an emotional burden for them. Choosing to keep some of these stories private allows you to preserve both your dignity and the family dynamic. Take the example of Maria, a retired entrepreneur who once invested heavily in a business venture that failed. She shared the story with her son, intending to teach him about financial caution. While he appreciated the lesson, Maria noticed a subtle shift in his behavior. He began questioning her financial advice more often and occasionally joked about her decision in ways that stung. What she saw as a moment of vulnerability and wisdom had unintentionally changed how her son viewed her. One reason to keep major mistakes private is the potential for misinterpretation. Family members, especially younger ones, may not fully grasp the nuances behind your actions. They might focus on the failure rather than the lessons learned, seeing it as a reflection of your character rather than just a moment in time. This can shift their perception of you from a role model to someone fallible in ways they hadn't considered. Another reason is the emotional burden such stories can place on loved ones. Hearing about your past struggles might make them feel pity or regret, even if you've long since moved past those feelings. Instead of inspiring them, the story might weigh on their minds, making them overly cautious or even resentful of the risks they feel compelled to take. Rather than recounting every detail of your mistakes, focus on sharing the wisdom you've gained in a way that's relatable but not overly personal. For example, instead of describing the specifics of a failed investment, you might say, "I've learned to always research thoroughly before committing to something new." This conveys the lesson without exposing vulnerable parts of your past. By choosing discretion, you allow family members to see you as someone who has grown through life's challenges without being defined by them. This fosters a sense of respect and admiration, inspiring your loved ones to embrace their own resilience. It's not about hiding who you are, but about framing your story in a way that uplifts rather than burdens. Disappointments or dissatisfaction with family. As we watch our loved ones navigate life, it's natural to form hopes or expectations for them. Whether it's wishing they'd chosen a different career, lived closer, or approached life in a way more aligned with our values, these feelings can lead to disappointment. However, openly expressing dissatisfaction with family members' choices often does more harm than good. Choosing silence in these moments fosters trust, respect, and stronger relationships. Consider Amelia, a retired librarian whose daughter decided to pursue a career in the arts instead of the stable, traditional path Amelia had envisioned. Though Amelia admired her daughter's creativity, she couldn't shake her concern about financial security. One day, she voiced her feelings during a family dinner, suggesting her daughter consider something more reliable. Amelia thought she was being helpful, but her daughter felt criticized and unsupported. Their relationship grew strained, and her daughter became more reluctant to share her dreams. One reason to keep disappointments private is that expressing them can make loved ones feel as though they've let you down. Even well-intentioned comments can come across as judgment, creating a divide in the relationship. This can lead to defensiveness or a sense of inadequacy, making it harder for family members to feel comfortable being their authentic selves around you. Another reason is the subjectivity of disappointment. Often these feelings stem from our own values, experiences, or expectations rather than an objective reality. What feels like a poor choice to you might be deeply fulfilling to them. Acknowledging this can help you shift your perspective and focus on what truly matters, their happiness and growth. Instead of voicing dissatisfaction, focus on offering quiet support and encouragement. Celebrate their strengths and achievements, even if they differ from what you envisioned. For instance, Amelia could have praised her daughter's creativity and passion while offering practical advice only when asked. This approach shows love and respect, strengthening the bond between them. By choosing silence over criticism, you create a safe, nurturing space where your family members feel accepted for who they are. This fosters open communication and deeper trust, ensuring that your relationships are built on a foundation of love rather than unmet expectations. In the long run, your silent support will speak louder than words, encouraging your loved ones to thrive on their own terms. 8. Conflicts with friends or co-workers. Workplace drama or tensions with friends can be frustrating, and sharing these experiences with family might feel like an easy way to vent or gain perspective. However, airing conflicts with those outside your family can lead to unintended complications. Family members might form lasting negative opinions about the people involved, or even worry excessively about your relationships or professional stability. Choosing to handle these disputes privately helps maintain both your peace and your family's. Take Jason, for example. He recently had a falling out with a longtime friend over a financial disagreement. Feeling frustrated, he shared the story with his sister, expecting sympathy. While she listened and empathized, her opinion of Jason's friend soured. Even after they resolved their issues, Jason noticed his sister remained distant and critical toward his friend, making social gatherings uncomfortable. What Jason saw as a fleeting conflict had left a lasting impression on his sister. One reason to keep conflicts private is that family members often don't have the full context of your relationships. They are more likely to take your side and form judgments based on the version of events you share, which may not always reflect the complexity of the situation. When you reconcile with the person, your family might still hold on to their negative perceptions, creating unnecessary tension or awkwardness. Another reason is that venting can magnify the problem. Repeating the story to others can reinforce feelings of frustration or anger, making it harder for you to move on. Handling the conflict directly with the person involved allows you to resolve the issue without outside interference or judgment. Instead of sharing every detail with family, consider finding a neutral outlet to process your feelings, such as journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend outside the situation. If you must discuss it, frame the conversation as seeking advice rather than airing grievances, keeping it solution-focused. By keeping personal conflicts private, you preserve your relationships and prevent unnecessary drama. This approach also allows your family to see you as someone who handles challenges with emotional maturity and discretion. In the end, your ability to resolve conflicts quietly demonstrates strength and resilience, setting a positive example for your loved ones. When the dust settles, your relationships remain intact, free from lingering judgments or misunderstandings. 9. Your plans for major life. Changes before they're certain. Big life decisions like changing careers, moving to a new city, or starting a new venture are exciting but also come with uncertainty. Sharing these plans with family before they're finalized might seem like a good way to involve them, but it can invite unsolicited advice, skepticism, or even unnecessary pressure. Keeping these plans private until you're certain allows you the space to make decisions on your terms. Take Emily's story, for example. She was considering leaving her corporate job to pursue her passion for baking and open a small cafe. Excited yet unsure, she shared her idea with her parents during a casual conversation. Instead of encouragement, she was met with concerns about financial risks and stability. Their questions, though well-meaning, left Emily feeling more anxious and doubtful about her decision. Ultimately, she shelved the idea, not because it wasn't viable, but because the added pressure from her family made it harder to focus on her goals. One reason to keep plans for major changes private is to avoid premature judgment. Family members often respond from a place of concern, offering advice or opinions based on their experiences rather than understanding your vision. This can lead to doubt, second-guessing, or frustration, which might derail your decision-making process. Another reason is the potential to change your mind. Plans for significant changes often evolve as you gather more information or explore new angles. Sharing too early may create expectations among family members, making you feel obligated to follow through even if your priorities shift. Instead of announcing your plans prematurely, focus on gathering the information and resources you need to make an informed decision. Seek guidance from mentors, colleagues, or friends who can provide neutral, practical insights. Once your plans are more concrete, you can share them with your family confidently, framing the conversation around your well-thought-out decision. By keeping major life changes private until you're ready, you protect your decision-making process from unnecessary external influence. When you do share your plans, your confidence and clarity will inspire your family's trust and support. This approach not only preserves your peace, but also strengthens your ability to navigate life's transitions with independence and resilience. It's not about excluding your loved ones, but about ensuring you involve them at the right time, on your terms. 10. Personal plans for assets. Discussing your plans for assets and inheritance might seem like a way to assure your family of their future, but sharing too much too soon can lead to unintended consequences. Misunderstandings, assumptions, or even conflicts can arise when these topics are brought up prematurely. By keeping your asset plans private until the right time, you ensure family relationships stay focused on love and connection rather than material concerns. Consider Robert, a retired banker who had spent years carefully planning his estate. Eager to share his intentions, he casually mentioned to his 2 children how he planned to divide his assets. What started as a simple conversation quickly turned into a heated discussion, with both children sharing opinions on how things should be handled. Robert hadn't expected his private plans to spark tension, but now he felt caught in the middle, his original intentions overshadowed by disagreements. One reason to keep these plans private is the potential for disputes among family members. Even when intentions are clear, differing expectations or needs can lead to unnecessary tension. Family members might unintentionally focus on material aspects rather than the relationships that truly matter. Another reason is the pressure it can place on you. Sharing plans too early might make you feel obligated to consider everyone's opinions, even when they don't align with your goals or values. This can lead to feelings of frustration or even regret as you navigate family dynamics while trying to finalize your decisions. Instead of discussing your plans openly, consider working with a trusted financial advisor or estate planner to ensure everything aligns with your wishes. When the time comes to share your intentions, do so with clear documentation and an explanation rooted in love and fairness. This approach minimizes confusion and ensures your decisions are respected. By keeping asset plans private, you create a sense of peace and independence around your decisions. Family time can remain focused on connection and shared memories, rather than future expectations. When you do share your plans, it will be with confidence, allowing your loved ones to respect your choices and the legacy you're leaving behind. Ultimately, this discretion protects the harmony and trust within your family, ensuring relationships remain the priority over material concerns. As we journey through life, we learn that some things are best kept close to the heart. Choosing what to share and what to keep private isn't about secrecy. It's about protecting your peace, preserving your relationships, and fostering an environment of respect and understanding. By thoughtfully balancing openness with discretion, you can deepen your family connections while staying true to yourself. If this video resonated with you, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to our channel. Your support helps us continue sharing practical advice and timeless wisdom for a fulfilling and balanced life. We'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. What stood out to you the most? Are there any lessons you've learned about what to keep private? Share your insights in the comments below. Your perspective could inspire someone else. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. Here are 5 Stoic rules to help you emotionally detach from someone, whether it's a toxic relationship, unrequited love, or a painful friendship. These timeless principles will help you find clarity and regain control of your emotions. Emotional detachment doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you protect your inner peace. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from mastering our emotions, not suppressing them. Imagine being able to let go of someone's hold on you without resentment, finding strength in acceptance and self-reliance. These 5 rules will show you how. In this video, we'll uncover actionable Stoic techniques that are as relevant today as they were in ancient times. Stay tuned until the end, and you'll learn how to turn emotional pain into a stepping stone for growth and resilience. Let's dive in. 1. Focus on what you can control. The first rule is foundational to Stoicism. Focus only on what is within your control. You cannot change someone's feelings, actions, or decisions, but you can control your own thoughts, reactions, and choices. Instead of ruminating over why someone treated you a certain way or wishing they were different, shift your focus inward. For example, if someone ends a relationship, resist the urge to change their mind or dwell on their motives. Instead, redirect that energy toward your growth, whether it's building new skills, strengthening friendships, or exploring personal passions. By detaching from the uncontrollable, you free yourself from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 2. Practice negative visualization. The Stoics practiced a technique called premeditatio malorum, or negative visualization. This involves imagining the worst-case scenario to prepare your mind for acceptance. If you're struggling to detach from someone, envision a life where they are no longer part of your world. While this may seem painful at first, it helps you accept reality instead of resisting it. By mentally preparing yourself for loss, you build emotional resilience. Over time, this exercise allows you to view detachment not as a tragedy, but as an opportunity for growth and freedom. 3. Embrace the impermanence of relationships. Stoicism teaches that everything in life is fleeting, including relationships. When you accept that nothing is permanent, you stop clinging to the idea that someone must stay in your life forever. Detachment becomes easier when you view relationships as part of a natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that life is temporary, and clinging to what must eventually pass only leads to suffering. Appreciate the good times you shared, but don't let their absence define your happiness. Recognizing impermanence allows you to cherish moments without being enslaved by them. 4. Reframe your perspective. The Stoics believed that it's not events that disturb us, but our perception of them. If you're struggling to detach emotionally, ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this person or relationship? Often, we idealize others or attach meaning to situations that don't serve us. Reframe the narrative. Instead of viewing their departure as a rejection, see it as an opportunity for growth. Instead of focusing on what you've lost, focus on what you've gained: strength, independence, and a clearer understanding of what you truly need in your life. 5. Build inner strength through self-reliance. The final rule is to cultivate self-reliance. Stoics believed that true happiness comes from within, not from external relationships. While connections with others can enhance our lives, they should never be the foundation of our emotional stability. Develop habits that nurture your inner strength: journaling, meditation, physical exercise, or pursuing hobbies. By building a life that fulfills you independently of others, you create a strong foundation that can weather any emotional storm. Detachment becomes a natural outcome of knowing that your worth isn't tied to anyone else. 6. Observe without attachment. The Stoics taught the value of observing situations and people objectively, without attaching emotions to them. Detachment often starts with shifting your perspective from being deeply involved to being a calm observer. This doesn't mean you stop caring, but that you view the situation with clarity and neutrality. For instance, if you're struggling with a breakup, focus on observing your feelings without judgment. Instead of saying, "I can't live without them," try, "I feel sadness, but this is temporary." By creating this mental distance, you gain the ability to respond thoughtfully instead of reacting impulsively. Observation without attachment frees you from the emotional entanglements that make detachment difficult. It's a skill that, with practice, can transform how you navigate all relationships. 7. Limit your exposure. Stoics believed in avoiding unnecessary pain. If seeing or interacting with someone makes emotional detachment harder, it's wise to limit your exposure. This isn't avoidance. It's a strategy to create space for healing and regaining emotional equilibrium. For example, unfollow them on social media, avoid places where you might bump into them, and minimize unnecessary conversations. By reducing triggers, you give your mind the opportunity to process emotions and build resilience. Over time, this distance helps you detach more naturally, without resentment or frustration. Limiting exposure isn't a sign of weakness, it's an act of self-preservation that aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what serves your growth. 8. Detach from the outcome. Stoics emphasize letting go of attachment to outcomes. Often, our difficulty in emotionally detaching stems from wanting a specific result, whether it's reconciliation, validation, or closure. The truth is, these outcomes are often outside our control, and focusing on them only prolongs emotional pain. Instead, adopt the mindset that whatever happens is for your highest good, even if it's not what you originally hoped for. Trust that the future holds opportunities you can't yet see. When you release your grip on the outcome, you free yourself from the chains of expectation and open the door to peace. 9. Practice gratitude for the lessons. Even painful relationships teach valuable lessons. The Stoics encouraged finding gratitude in every experience, good or bad. Detachment becomes easier when you focus on what the relationship taught you rather than what you've lost. For instance, a difficult breakup might teach you the importance of setting boundaries, valuing yourself, or recognizing red flags. By reframing the experience as a lesson, you shift your mindset from victimhood to empowerment. Gratitude allows you to appreciate the past without being tied to it, making emotional detachment a natural process. 10. Accept what is, not what you wish it were. Acceptance is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. Emotional detachment often begins with fully accepting the reality of a situation. Resistance only leads to prolonged suffering, while acceptance creates the space needed to heal and move forward. For example, instead of wishing someone would come back or change, accept them as they are, and the situation as it is. This doesn't mean you condone their actions or the pain they caused, but you stop fighting against reality. Acceptance brings peace, allowing you to let go of emotional attachments that no longer serve you. The Stoics believed that freedom lies in aligning with reality, not resisting it. By practicing acceptance, you can emotionally detach with grace and find the strength to move forward. Detaching emotionally from someone isn't about shutting yourself off. It's about freeing yourself to live with peace and purpose. By focusing on what you can control, practicing acceptance and building inner strength, you can transform emotional pain into personal power. Which of these Stoic rules resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts in the comments below. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe for more wisdom on resilience and self-mastery, and share this with someone who might need it. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one. Here are 10 powerful Stoic strategies to handle criticism like a master. What if you could turn every criticism into a tool for growth instead of a source of pain? These timeless Stoic principles will show you how to stay calm, confident, and in control no matter what life throws at you. Most people crumble under criticism or lash out defensively, but the Stoics knew better. They turned adversity into an advantage. Imagine hearing harsh words and walking away stronger, not defeated. One of these techniques helped Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor, lead with wisdom even under constant scrutiny. Another can help you stay composed during the toughest conversations at work or at home. By the end of this video, you'll not only understand how to handle criticism, but also how to thrive because of it. Whether it's feedback from a boss, a snide remark from a friend, or an online comment that stings, you'll have the tools to respond with grace and grow from every challenge. Let's dive in. 1. Pause before reacting. Criticism can feel like a personal attack, and our initial instinct is often to defend ourselves or retaliate. However, as the Stoics teach, emotions are fleeting and unreliable guides. Taking a moment to pause and reflect can completely shift the way we perceive and respond to criticism. For example, imagine you're presenting a project at work and your manager says, "This isn't what we were expecting." The immediate urge might be to argue, "But I followed your instructions." Instead, take a breath and pause. Say something neutral like, "I'd love to understand more about what you were expecting." This gives you time to compose yourself and opens the door to constructive dialogue. A similar example comes from Marcus Aurelius, a Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher. Despite facing harsh criticism from the Senate, he was known for his composure. Instead of reacting impulsively, Marcus would listen, reflect, and respond with calmness. His ability to pause allowed him to address concerns thoughtfully, often turning adversaries into allies. In our daily lives, this principle can be applied in personal relationships. If a friend says, "You're always late," the immediate reaction might be defensive. "No, I'm not." But pausing allows us to consider, are they right? How can I improve? This not only diffuses tension, but also demonstrates emotional maturity. Pausing doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means acknowledging them without letting them dictate your actions. It's the first step in transforming criticism from a source of conflict into an opportunity for growth. By practicing this, we build the habit of responding wisely, not impulsively. A true hallmark of Stoic strength. 2. Distinguish between fact and opinion. Not all criticism is created equal. Some criticisms are rooted in facts and highlight areas for genuine improvement, while others are mere opinions, often shaped by the critic's biases or emotions. A Stoic knows how to separate the two. For instance, imagine a scenario where you're a writer and someone says, "Your grammar is terrible." This might sting, but it's worth pausing to evaluate. If a specific grammatical mistake is pointed out, it's a factual criticism and an opportunity to improve your skills. On the other hand, if someone says, "I hate your writing style," it's purely subjective. Writing style is personal, and not everyone will resonate with it. A real-life example can be seen in customer service. A barista might receive a complaint like, "This coffee is too bitter." Instead of taking it personally, the barista can evaluate, is the coffee truly bitter due to an error in preparation, a fact, or is the customer expressing a personal taste preference, an opinion? Distinguishing between the two helps the barista either improve or simply accept that not everyone will be satisfied. Marcus Aurelius frequently reflected on this distinction in his meditations. He reminded himself that many criticisms are opinions, not universal truths, and that others' judgments often reveal more about them than about him. In our own lives, understanding this difference can bring peace. If someone criticizes your appearance by saying, "You look tired," ask yourself, is this based on observable facts, like lack of sleep, or just their perception? Address facts where necessary, but let opinions roll off like water on a duck's back. This clarity keeps your mind focused on growth and shields you from unnecessary emotional turmoil. 3. Embrace criticism as feedback. Criticism, especially when delivered constructively, is one of the most valuable tools for personal growth. However, embracing it requires a shift in mindset, seeing criticism not as an attack but as feedback meant to help us improve. Take the example of Thomas Edison, the inventor of the light bulb. He faced relentless criticism for his repeated failures, with people saying he was wasting his time. Instead of letting their words discourage him, Edison famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." By viewing criticism as feedback, he used it to refine his approach, ultimately achieving one of the greatest inventions in history. In a modern workplace setting, consider a scenario where your manager reviews your report and says, "This section isn't clear." Instead of feeling offended, ask, "Can you help me understand which parts are unclear and how I can improve them?" This response not only shows your willingness to grow, but also turns the criticism into actionable insights. A personal example could involve fitness. Imagine your trainer says, "Your form during squats is off." It might feel like a blow to your ego, but instead of reacting defensively, ask for guidance. What can I adjust to improve? This openness leads to better results and shows humility, a key Stoic virtue. The Stoics believed in constantly seeking self-improvement. Epictetus taught that we should welcome feedback, even from those who are harsh or rude, as it reveals areas where we can grow stronger. By embracing criticism as feedback, you shift from a defensive mindset to a proactive one, transforming potentially painful moments into opportunities for growth and excellence. This perspective empowers you to continually refine yourself, becoming the best version of who you can be. 4. Remember your inner fortress. Criticism can shake us if we allow it to. However, the Stoics believed in cultivating an inner fortress, a secure sense of self-worth built on virtues, not external opinions. This mindset helps us weather any storm of negativity with grace and confidence. Consider the story of Eleanor Roosevelt. As First Lady, she faced relentless public criticism, often regarding her unconventional views and advocacy. Yet she famously said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Her unshakable inner confidence allowed her to continue her work undeterred, focusing on her values rather than seeking approval from others. A more everyday example might involve social media. Imagine posting a photo or opinion online and receiving a harsh comment like, "This is stupid." Instead of internalizing it, remind yourself, my worth isn't defined by this person's opinion. Think about why you posted it in the first place. Perhaps to share something meaningful or to connect with others. Your intention is what matters, not the fleeting judgment of a stranger. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of staying true to one's inner self. In his meditations he wrote, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinions than our own." This reminder to value your judgment over external criticism is central to Stoic resilience. To build your inner fortress, focus on your values, integrity and growth. If you know you're acting with virtue and striving to improve, external criticism loses its power. Like a castle standing tall against the winds, your sense of self will remain steadfast, enabling you to navigate criticism without losing your balance. This inner strength turns critiques into passing breezes, not earthquakes. 5. Seek the kernel of truth. Criticism, even when harsh or poorly delivered, often carries a nugget of truth that can help you grow if you're willing to look for it. The Stoics believed in self-awareness and the courage to confront our flaws. By seeking the kernel of truth in criticism, we turn it into a mirror for self-improvement. For example, consider a scenario where a colleague says, "You're always late to meetings." The word "always" might be an exaggeration, and the tone might feel accusatory. But is there truth in the statement? Reflect honestly. Have I been late recently? If so, why? If the answer is yes, the criticism points to an area for improvement, punctuality, regardless of how it was delivered. A historical example is Abraham Lincoln. Early in his political career, he was often criticized for being indecisive and inexperienced. Instead of dismissing these critiques, he examined them carefully, identifying areas where he lacked knowledge and taking deliberate steps to educate himself. Over time, this humility and openness to feedback made him one of the most respected leaders in history. In personal relationships, a partner might say, "You don't listen to me." While it might feel unfair, asking yourself, "Is there some truth to this?" could reveal moments where you were distracted or dismissive. Acknowledging this truth allows you to work on being more present and attentive. Epictetus encouraged his students to be grateful for honest feedback, even if it stung. He believed that recognizing and addressing our weaknesses is the path to virtue. Seeking the truth in criticism, even when it's unpleasant, shows strength and wisdom. By doing so, you transform critiques into stepping stones for growth, making even your harshest critics unintentional allies in your self-improvement journey. 6. Don't take it personally. One of the most liberating Stoic principles is recognizing that criticism often says more about the critic than the criticized. By not taking things personally, you free yourself from the emotional weight of others' opinions and maintain clarity in your response. Imagine a scenario at work where a teammate says, "Your idea will never work. It's too risky." It's easy to feel insulted, but consider the critic's perspective. Their reaction may stem from their own fear of risk or past failures, not the merit of your idea. Instead of internalizing their judgment, focus on the facts and move forward confidently. A historical example is Mahatma Gandhi. As a leader advocating for nonviolent resistance, he faced ridicule and harsh criticism from both supporters and opponents. Yet, Gandhi famously said, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." He understood that their words reflected their struggles, not his purpose. This mindset helped him remain focused on his mission despite the noise. In personal relationships, a loved one might say something hurtful like, "You're always so selfish." While it feels deeply personal, pausing to consider their emotional state can help you see that their words might stem from frustration or misunderstanding rather than a true reflection of your character. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When someone criticizes or wrongs you, remember that they act from their own principles, not yours." Recognizing this frees you from reacting defensively and keeps your emotions grounded. By not taking criticism personally, you build a shield of perspective. You gain the power to evaluate words objectively, discerning what is useful and letting go of what is not. This practice protects your peace of mind and ensures you stay true to your values, unaffected by fleeting judgments. Respond with dignity. The Stoics emphasize that how we respond to criticism defines our character more than the criticism itself. Choosing to respond with dignity, calmly and respectfully, reflects emotional maturity and strength, disarming negativity and fostering constructive dialogue. Imagine receiving a harsh critique during a meeting. Your plan is completely unrealistic. The immediate temptation might be to defend yourself or fire back, but responding with dignity might look like this. "I appreciate your feedback. Could you share specific concerns so we can address them?" This approach maintains professionalism, keeps emotions in check, and turns a potentially hostile exchange into a productive conversation. Consider the example of Michelle Obama. As First Lady, she faced severe criticism and even personal attacks. Instead of lashing out, she consistently responded with grace, saying, "When they go low, we go high." Her dignified responses earned her widespread respect and made her a role model for handling adversity. In everyday life, suppose a friend says, "You've changed. You're not the same person anymore." A defensive reaction could escalate the situation, but a dignified response might be, "I'm sorry you feel that way. Can you help me understand what's changed from your perspective?" This not only diffuses tension, but also shows you value the relationship enough to seek clarity. Epictetus advised, "Keep your dignity and composure under all circumstances." Responding with dignity doesn't mean suppressing your feelings. It means channeling them constructively. When you respond with dignity, you show others and yourself that you are in control of your actions and emotions. Criticism then becomes a test of character rather than a source of conflict. This Stoic approach ensures you remain grounded and graceful, regardless of the circumstances. 8. Let go of what you can't control. The Stoics emphasized focusing on what lies within your control and letting go of what doesn't. When it comes to criticism, this principle is invaluable. You can't control others' opinions or how they express them, but you can control how you interpret and respond to their words. For example, imagine you're an artist who recently displayed your work at an exhibition. A visitor remarks, "This piece feels meaningless to me." You could spend hours agonizing over their comment, questioning your talent, or you could remind yourself, their reaction is beyond your control. Your responsibility is to create art that's meaningful to you, not to please everyone. A powerful historical example is Socrates. Known for his unorthodox ideas, he was frequently criticized and mocked in public. Socrates remained unshaken, famously saying, "I am not disturbed that others have different opinions of me. I am only concerned that I not lose my own self-respect." He focused solely on living virtuously, letting go of others' judgments. In everyday scenarios, Consider receiving unsolicited advice like, "You should change careers. This isn't going anywhere." While such comments might sting, remind yourself, you can't control their opinions or motivations. What you can control is evaluating whether the advice aligns with your goals and values. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. When you let go of the need to control external perceptions, you gain freedom and peace of mind. By focusing on your own actions and mindset, criticism loses its power to destabilize you. This shift allows you to prioritize your growth and integrity, transforming criticism into background noise rather than a source of anxiety. Surround yourself with wise advisors. Criticism from the wrong sources can be demoralizing or unhelpful. That's why the Stoics valued the company of wise and virtuous individuals whose feedback is grounded in truth and a genuine desire to help you grow. Surrounding yourself with people you trust ensures the criticism you receive is constructive and valuable. For instance, think about professional athletes. A tennis player might receive criticism from thousands of fans and commentators, but they'll turn to their coach for actionable feedback. The coach's insights are rooted in expertise and tailored to the athlete's improvement, making them infinitely more valuable than random opinions. A historical example is Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Despite being surrounded by sycophants, he sought the counsel of trusted advisors who would challenge him constructively rather than flatter him. His ability to invite and embrace honest feedback from the right people contributed to his reputation as a wise and just leader. In your personal life, imagine a situation where you're criticized by a colleague who barely knows you. Their comment may feel unfair or uninformed. Instead of dwelling on it, consult a mentor or a trusted friend. "Here's the feedback I received. What's your perspective?" Their guidance, grounded in their understanding of your character and abilities, is far more meaningful. Epictetus advised, "Seek the company of those who make you better." When you surround yourself with people who genuinely care about your growth, their feedback becomes a tool for improvement, not a weapon for harm. By prioritizing the wisdom of trusted advisors over the noise of general criticism, you gain clarity and direction. These relationships become a safeguard, ensuring the criticism you act on is relevant, fair, and beneficial, allowing you to grow with confidence and focus. 10. Practice gratitude for the challenge. The Stoics believed that every adversity, including criticism, is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. Instead of resenting criticism, they encouraged embracing it with gratitude as a tool for self-improvement. Consider the example of a young chef presenting their signature dish to a renowned critic who responds, "This lacks depth and balance." While the words sting, the chef can choose to feel offended or view this as a valuable lesson. By reflecting on the critique and applying it to their craft, the chef improves and elevates their skills. The critic's harsh feedback becomes a catalyst for greatness. Another powerful example is J.K. Rowling, who faced multiple rejections before finding a publisher for Harry Potter. The criticism she received from publishers could have discouraged her, but instead, she saw it as part of her journey. She was grateful for the chance to refine her work and persisted until she achieved extraordinary success. In daily life, criticism might come from a partner saying, "You never listen to me." While it's easy to react defensively, consider practicing gratitude. I'm thankful they care enough to tell me how they feel. This mindset shifts the focus from personal hurt to an opportunity to improve communication and strengthen the relationship. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be grateful for everything that happens. It's meant for your benefit." Even when criticism feels unjust or harsh, it's a chance to practice patience, humility, and resilience. Gratitude turns moments of discomfort into opportunities for growth. By welcoming criticism as a challenge, you develop a mindset of continuous improvement. Gratitude transforms negativity into constructive energy, helping you rise above obstacles and emerge stronger, wiser, and more self-aware. This approach reflects true Stoic mastery and ensures that no critique is ever wasted. Handling criticism is never easy, but by applying these 10 Stoic strategies, you can turn every critique into a chance to grow stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Remember, it's not the criticism itself, but how you respond that defines you. Whether it's pausing before reacting, seeking the truth in feedback, or practicing gratitude for the challenge, these tools can transform negativity into personal growth. If you found value in these ideas, make sure to like this video to support the channel and help others discover it. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom and practical strategies for living a better life. I'd love to hear from you. What's the most impactful takeaway for you? How have you handled criticism in your life? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. Your insights could inspire others on their journey. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Stay wise and resilient.
10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul." By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieve something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. "I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision." If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. "I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive." A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together. A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, they may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today." Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. "I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me." If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this. You achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare. Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby, and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. "I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you?" This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes, jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this? Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. Subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing. It means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy.